Hello. Hello, hello, hello. So this is story time with Joe. And thankfully you can't hear my fan, so that's great, because honestly, it is hot here. It is hot. So, today for story time, I feel like I need to do ASMR voice. Today for story time, we have a little lily princess. Now, this is published by Ratalaika Games, who were kind enough to give me a copy of the game for streaming purposes, and developed by Hanako Games, who also have another visual novel that's not yet out on Xbox. So yes, this is a visual novel that came out on the 28th of May, which is not actually that long ago. Hi, Lady McGrew. Not actually that long ago. I'm vaguely on time with doing this promotion. So yeah, thank you to publishers, Ratalaika Games, for giving me a copy of this for streaming purposes. Meaning that we can have story time with Joe. And hi, Leaky. Hi, Leaky. So yeah, that's cool. I wonder if the Twitch pronouns page is working yet. It was not working yesterday. Aha! It is working. I can set my pronouns. There we go. I'm trying to do that for a while, but the site was down. Yes. Oh, thank you, Leaky, for doing the shout out for Lady Marguerite. Mayhem in Single Valley. Switch over to me. Mayhem in Single Valley. I have a lot of questions. Mainly because I read that as Stardew Valley the first time. I was like, oh, Stardew. No, that's his Mayhem. Mayhem. I have no volume on my TV because I turned it down. You have answers, so do tell. Done. Okay, so the text speed somewhat there. Autoplay a little bit faster. I don't know what activity is. Let's turn up music and the sound effects. There we go. Oh, it's a pixel art adventure? That sounds really cool. Scruff. Published by Tiny Build. I do like a good pixel art adventure. Is it coming to console at some point? Because that would be cool. Getting tea and doing nothing for an achievement. That sounds like a perfect life, Dan. So, yeah. I shall open that and have a look at it later. Ooh, Stranger Things. Two minds about Stranger Things. It's almost a little bit too creepy eerie for me, but it is good. So yes, oh, I forgot to tell you what this game is all about. So, in British-controlled India, Sarah Crew was raised like a princess, always given the best of everything. Now that she is old enough, she must be sent away to boarding school in a foreign land, relying on her love of books and fairy tales to help her make friends. But not all smiles can be trusted, and fortune can turn cold and hard at any moment. What would happen to a little princess if she lost everything? Choose the activities to build Sarah's resources and change the direction of the story. Which girl will she form the strongest emotional bond with? Interesting. Do nothing for an hour for 20G? Blimey, what game's that? It actually says that. Works best without squirrels stuck in your machine. That sounds like silly requirements, but I like it. So. Yeah. Cool, okay. It was spring when Sarah's school life began. But spring in London was nothing like any spring she had known before. Oh, the cloud one! Yes, of course, that's what you're playing. How's the music level? I just turned it down a little bit because I realised I'd had it up for Walking Dead. So do let me know if the sound volumes are unbalanced. The morning sun was not enough to lift the chill from the stony streets, and the mist off the river blended with the smoke of countless chimneys to form a thick yellow fog. Okay, so I have two contradicting statements. So there we go. I do love the language in visual novels. It paints a picture with the words, and I just really, really love reading them, I have to say. Mist off the river blended with the smoke of countless chimneys. That is an image, isn't it? In such weather, the gas lamps burned night and day, flickering like stars to guide the horse-drawn ships their destination. But the ship that had carried her across the ocean was now a thing of the past. Here, then, was Sarah's new home. It was a big, dull brick house, exactly like all the others in its row, except that on the front door there shone a brass plate which was engraved in black letters. Miss Minchin's Select Seminary for Young Ladies. So how's everyone doing? It's a new week. It's Tuesday. It is 27 degrees in here and I'm hot. Oh, Bunny Factory. That sounds cool. What's that like? Because I totally keep missing everyone's streams because I've been obsessed with Summer at Mara for the last 4 days solid. I have finished it now, so now I might actually, gain my sense of time back. But it means that I have just missed everyone's stream. Oh, you haven't streamed in a week. Okay, fair enough. Then I haven't missed any of your streams. I don't think I saw Bunny Factory though. Sounds fun. Oh no! What about Hoover? Are you on Hoover? Oh, yes. Thank you for the reminder, Leaky. I'm gonna grab that one on PC. Because that looks fun. We might stream it as well. Hoover won't let you join. Oh, that's a shame. Don't have any other suggestions. I mean, there's plenty of Game Pass games you could stream. But yeah, Backbone looks fun. Or at least, I think it's got talking animals in again, and I love a good talking animal noir. Girls, gather round if you please. Come, hurry up. We have a new pupil who'll be joining us starting today. Her name is Sarah Crewe, and she only recently arrived in England, so you must all make her feel welcome. How do you do? The room filled with a chorus of gently murmured greetings. Baby preparations? Congratulations! When is the little bundle of joy due? That's exciting, that is. Sarah Crew, for that was her name. Late July. Nice. You're not ready. No one is ever ready, Heather. No one is ever ready. But you'll figure it out. Sarah Crew, for that was her name, looked out upon a garden of strangers. Every face was turned to her, polite, unattentive, and perfectly foreign. She felt more lost than she'd ever been at sea. Sarah dear, as you can see, we have pupils here of all levels, but these three are particularly near your age. This is Miss Lavinia Herbert. Charmed. Miss Ermengarde St. John. And Miss Jessie Abbott. We're very pleased to meet you. I'm very pleased to meet you as well. I've never known very many girls near my age. Nor any other age. Sarah's life before that point had not been isolated, but sheltered. Her mother had died when she was born, leaving Sarah to be raised by the young, handsome father who was the only relative she had known. Ooh, I just got an email to say a story about Backbone has been published. Some fathers had little time for their children, but Sarah and her papa had always been quite close, reading books and playing games together every day. New fur baby! New fur babies are good. And there's a ringing endorsement from Dan. What type of fur baby are you getting, Lady Magritte? He treated her as a little confidant, sharing his thoughts with her as if she were his peer, and not a very young girl, and listened solemnly to the advice she gave in return, though he didn't always follow it. Sarah had never felt lonely, but it must be said that she had very little experience in making new friends. Sarah's father, Captain Crew, makes his home in India, and he is returning there as we speak. I should expect you all to be very agreeable to her. Now, Sarah, take your seat. Your father has informed me how very much you enjoy your studies, and I expect you to be a credit to this establishment. I'm not certain how to become a credit, but I do wish to learn. The statement was met with muffled giggles. Confused, Sarah looked back at Miss Minchin for guidance. Take your seat, I said. Which seat is mine? Concerned that she would look disobedient if she hesitated further, she slid into the nearest empty place. No one objected, and she let out a sigh of relief. Oh! Long hair. Nice. Oh! A baby fatigue! I feel like there need to be photos when you have obtained said fur baby. Nearby, two girls turned to whisper to each other. Yes, mega floof. Yoda! Oh, nice. Way of speaking what a way she has of speaking, so old-fashioned. Hush. And her eyes are such a queer colour. A funny-looking child, to be sure. She isn't pretty as other pretty people are, but there is something about her. She makes you want to look at her again to see what it is. She has tremendously long eyelashes. Only you would notice such a thing. Girls! Kindly pay attention to your lessons. Yes, Miss Minchin. Oh, fun. Meow want food, I do. Yes, indeed. Okay. The activities are always a thing, and then I never... Okay. Choose an activity for Sarah to perform each day. Each activity has 3 possible outcomes, which will change the icons you receive. At the end of the week, Sarah's icons will be collected and turned into resources. Books become knowledge, paint becomes artistry, time becomes patience, hearts become sympathy, some kind of weird little trophy thing becomes grace, A cross becomes belief, and little running man becomes vigor. Oh! Spoons! I understand that. It's just usually these ones, it's like... I've had a couple of ones. Roommates had this mechanic. Is it Winter Wolves that does this? So I wasn't expecting it from this developer. But yeah, it's always fun. So it's fine. It's fine. If it's similar to the other ones, then you can remember it by the simple acronym CABSKBV. It's a quote from a TV show as well. Icons are only converted at the end of the week. Until then, they can be changed or lost by other activities. Plan the order of your activities in order to get the best results for the week. Doing the yawns again. Though I have had meeting all day, so not unsurprised. Select one activity for each day. Each activity has it. Okay. Right, so reading a book either gains 3 knowledge or... Oh my god, it is completely 100% spoon theory. Yeah, I'm trying to save up all my spoons for Thursday when I get to meet my team, because we're having a picnic in the park, and it's the first time I've met the people I work with since I started this new job 9 months ago. But I have a lot of meetings this week especially. So yeah, this is 100% spoon theory. Okay, so reading a book gains either 3 knowledge. Oh, Dan! You had 1 job! 3 knowledge, an artistry knowledge, or a knowledge. Dance either gains artistry and before belief, honor? I forget. Or vigor, patience, and honor, or double or vigor. Ooh, okay. Play with toys, gain belief, sympathy, artistry, and vigor, gain vigor, or gain artistry equal to half artistry. Okay, so now my brain hurts. This is going to involve maths, which I'm actually good at, but it always throws me. It's like algebra. I like algebra. Go for a walk. Gain artistry equal to vigor, or gain... I'm just going to say honor because I can't remember what the acronym was. No. What's G? Yeah, I'll have a look at the icon when I get to the bottom. Falls asleep. Oh dear. Okay, well, gain whatever that little thingy is. I thought it was honor. Equal to vigor, or gain vigor and patience. So, writing diary, gain belief, knowledge, and artistry. Or gain belief and sympathy, or gain patience. Tea party, gain sympathy, or gain sympathy, artistry, and... Or... Okay, right. Grace. Grace. I thought it was honor. Fair enough. So it's the same. Okay, so... Weekly self-improvement. Well, I'm going to start by reading a book. Reading a book's always important. We haven't gained any vigor. Okay, so... Play with toys. A tea party on Wednesday. go for a walk, and then practice dance. See what happens with that. Okay. Hopefully we can change it if we need to alter stuff. We didn't have a double all knowledge, that would have been useful. Okay, so now the schedule that you have set will be carried out. For each weekday, Sarah will point to the randomly chosen results, and those icons will appear on the right side of the screen. You do not have to press advance between days, it will happen automatically. You can adjust the speed of activities from the preferences menu. Remember, icons are only converted to resources at the end of the week. Okay. Okay, right, reading. Playing. Visiting. Walking. Sing. Okay. We have a lot of artistry. Okay, so we got 1 knowledge, 5 artistry, 1 vigour, 3 grace, and a sympathy. My room. My 2 rooms, just for me. Sarah was what was known as a parlour boarder. Where other girls were quartered in standard issue single rooms, she had a large bedroom uniquely decorated and a separate sitting room with a comfortable sofa. My papa has filled them with beautiful things: books, velvet cushions, lace dresses, a porcelain tea set, hats with great feathers that bob on them, even a tiger rug to remind me of India. It looks like the room that would belong to the daughter of Raj, an Indian princess. I only wish this room also contained my papa. Perhaps it does. It gave me all these things, and whenever I touch them, I can imagine that he is with me. And when I read his farewell letter, I can hear his voice. My dear little missus, so here you are in the place you always knew you must go. But be of good cheer, you will not have to stay there for very long. There will be lots of little girls and you will play together. I will send you plenty of books and you will grow so fast that it will seem scarcely a year before you are big enough and clever enough to come back and take care of Papa. I am not in the least anxious about your education. You are always sitting with your little nose burrowing into books, gobbling them up as if you were a little wolf instead of a little girl. I have instructed Miss Minchin to drag you away from your books when you read too much and make you go and ride your pony in the Row or buy a new doll. You ought to play more with dolls. Oh, Papa, if I bought a new doll every day, I should have too many to be able to make friends with them all. I am happiest with just Emily, and happier because I was with you when I met her. Emily, of course, was the name of a doll, a very special doll that Sarah had discovered when her papa took her to visit the premier toy shops of London. She was a large doll, but not too large to carry about easily. She had naturally curling, golden brown hair, which hung like a mantle about her, and her eyes were a deep, clear grey blue with soft, thick eyelashes, which were real eyelashes and not mere painted lines. At Sarah's insistence, she had been given a wardrobe every bit as grand as Sarah's own, with frocks and coats and nightgowns and beautiful lace-trimmed underthings. She even had her own tiny lady's handkerchief and her own cradle bed at the foot of Sarah's. Wow, that is a doll and a half. Sarah lifted Emily up onto her lap and smiled at her just as she would another little girl. My papa is on the sea now, Emily. We must be very great friends to each other, intimate friends, and tell each other things. Look at me, Emily. You have the nicest eyes I ever saw, but I wish you could speak. She brushed Emily's hair fondly, settling her in pride of place. There are so many girls in this school. I have never seen so many children in one place before. I'm afraid I shall not even remember all their names. I have always known that someday I'll be required to go away, to leave my home and my papa and come to England to be educated. I must do my duty, even if I do not like it. I dare say soldiers, even brave ones, don't really like going into battle, but they must do it anyway, and not cry and fuss, so must I, but oh, it is lonely. She could not know, of course, how her quiet sorrow might be misinterpreted by others. Miss Minchin, the proprietor, had seen the lavish preparations for Sarah's pretty little room and concluded that here was a child who had always been given her own way at the expense of others. Such a spoiled little girl might be expected to kick and scream and set the whole house into an uproar when abandoned by her only parent. That she did not suggested to Miss Minchin that Sarah cared nothing at all for her papa, but only for her dresses and toys. Such was not a thought that inspired sympathy in her heart for the newcomer. Just then there came a sound at the door of Sarah's room. Sarah was not a girl easily given to fear or startlement, but she had a healthy share of curiosity and went at once to see what it was. Outside sat a little girl right on her bottom in the middle of the hall, her baby plump legs splayed and the lace of her petticoats askew as if she had just toppled over, which she in fact had. "Hello there, who might you be?" "Lottie." Her words were hard to make out through the fingers she had shoved into her mouth. "Lottie?" The fingers were withdrawn and wiped dry among the frills of her skirt. "Lottie Lay." Sarah smiled. Here, then, was a chance to meet just one person at a time instead of a crowd of strangers. "Well, then, I am Sarah Crewe, and now we are properly introduced." She held out a hand and helped the little girl to her feet. "Was there something you wanted?" May I look at your doll?" "Of course you may. Come and visit me in my room and we shall have tea together. My papa left me a beautiful tea set with lilies painted on it." Emily has her own service as well, sized for her hand, because she is too small to hold one of my cups. "I want to see." "Come inside then, and I will introduce you to Emily." And that was Sarah's first week of classes at Miss Minchin's Select Seminary for Young Ladies. Oh dear gosh, right. Okay, on the weekends you can spend the resources you've collected in order to unlock some scenes with different characters. The requirements for each event will be listed in the box next to character. If an event requires 5 belief, you must have at least 5 belief on the left-hand side of the screen in order to select play event. Playing that event will lower your current belief by 5. Some scenes will not be available until later in the story. Others can only be played early in the game. Pay attention to the requirements. It's best to focus your attention on only 2 or 3 characters in order to have time to play all their scenes. Okay, so we start with Jessie, because we don't have 5 belief for Lottie. We should work on getting belief then. And 3 grace. Lavinia, 3 grace is week 2. Well, I like Jessie's red hair, so we'll start with... Oh gosh. Which is selected? That, right. Okay, Jessie. "Hello, Sarah. May I come in to visit?" Sarah rose to her feet at once. "You are very welcome. Please come inside." Jessie stepped into the room and then held out her skirt to drop a delicate curtsy in greeting. "I know we have been introduced, but I wish to make your acquaintance more personally. And without Lavi listening in." "Lavinia, I thought that you and she were the best of friends." "Of course we are. I adore her. She's so classic, so elegant and focused. I admire her very much. However, sometimes it is nicer to do things for oneself. Are those real silk stockings you're wearing?" "Ah! Have a good walk. Have fun, Milo. Hopefully you find some interesting things on your walk." Sarah blinked, caught unawares by this change of topic. Yes, I have several pairs. My papa took me to many shops when he was in London." "They're darling. Mine are only a Lisle cotton. May I see the pattern?" Sarah sat down in her comfortable armchair, lifting the hem of her skirt slightly so that the floral embroidery over her ankle was visible. "What little feet you have! I never saw such little feet." "Are they small?" She raised her leg a bit, pointing her toes and moving her foot this way and that. They seem the same size as they have always been, even though I know they must have been smaller when I was younger. I am sure that Lottie's feet are smaller than mine, and Emily's, of course, are the smallest of all. Emily? Emily is the doll that my papa bought to be my companion. Sarah stood up and lifted Emily into her arms for Jessie to admire. Emily, this is Jessie Abbott, my new friend. The older girl dropped a beautiful curtsy, then laughed. Oh, she has silk stockings too, stockings for such tiny feet. How cute. But you do have small feet for your height, Sarah. I'm sure you do. Look at mine. Jessie pressed her foot up alongside Sarah's for comparison. I just don't know whether larger or smaller feet are better. For dancing, I mean. If you dance with a partner, small feet would be better to avoid being stepped on. And they look very stylish in slippers. Slippers are cuter if they are smaller. True. But larger feet may be better for holding positions and standing on your toes. Small feet may not be as strong. Not true. Your feet have a good shape, though. They arch very well. They're very pretty. We need to stop talking about feet now. My feet are hurting. Can feet be pretty? Colonel Granger's little daughter Isabel in India was the prettiest girl I ever knew. All the gentlemen said she was the beauty of the regiment. She has dimples and round rose-coloured cheeks, pale blue eyes and long curling hair the colour of gold, and everyone said those things were very pretty. No one ever spoke of her feet. I suppose if feet can be pretty, then perhaps I do have pretty feet. I know the rest of me is not. My hair is too black and straight and short. I am too thin and my eyes are a strange colour. You do not have the same kind of beauty that dolls are made of, but that doesn't mean that you aren't pretty. You are quite interesting to look at. Sarah did not wish to contradict her new friend, who had no reason to lie, but her inner conviction that she was an ugly little girl could not be so easily dispelled. Will you show me the rest of your dolls and clothes? Do all of your petticoats have so many lace frills? Do you think any of them would fit me? I don't know. I suppose we can find out. I sense someone who is being used. Not sure I like this Jessie person. I do like her hair. On Sunday morning, the students gathered in the entrance hall of Miss Minchin's Select Seminary. Girls, are you ready? Form up in a line behind Lavinia. Sarah dear, it is our custom to walk to and from church every Sunday when the weather permits. That allows the horses a day of rest and ensures that students receive regular exercise. It is important to look your best when we are walking out among the public. We want our school to always leave a good impression. You should follow Lavinia's clues. She will show you what to do. Lavinia is always a model student. As if hearing her name, Lavinia smiled and tilted her head. You could learn a great deal from Lavinia, dear. As her father is also posted to India, the two of you should have much in common. I'm sure you will make close friends. Now go and stand in line behind her. Sorry, it's supposed to be story time with Joe, not Joe keeps on yawning at everyone. Sarah made her way to the front of the line where Jessie and Lavinia stood close together. What are you doing? Go to the back. Miss Minchin told me to stand behind you. She said you were a model. Oh, very well then. But that's my place. You wouldn't want to disobey Miss Minchin, would you? No. We have to show our new girl how to behave herself in church. She may never have seen one before. Sarah thought it wisest to remain silent. Right, okie dokes. So, we're looking for belief. Well, we're going to write in our diary on Monday. Sleepy time with Joe. Okay, so tea party. Chance for belief there. got a lot of artistry. I wanted some knowledge. So let's see if we can read a book and get some knowledge, and then we should probably go for a walk. Walks are good. Let's see how that works. Okay. Visiting. Playing. Reading. Walking. Okay, 2 knowledge, 3 artistry. One of each of them. Okay. A knock came at the door. Sarah? Sarah, dear? Yes, is that... Oh, hello. Bonjour, mademoiselle. Miss Minchin hissed through her teeth, and the young woman in the maid's uniform fell silent. Sarah, before he left, your father arranged for a maid to be employed especially for your needs. She has just arrived. I believe she is from France. Yes. Her name is Mariette, and she will be living in your rooms, helping you with your clothing in the morning and anything else you require. Please use her as your liaison with the staff. If you have need of food, send your maid rather than speaking to the cook directly. And don't let her fool you. She does speak the Queen's tongue. She swept out of the room, leaving the maid and her new little mistress blinking at each other in confusion. Bonjour, Mariette. Je m'appelle Sarah. Comment allez-vous? Très bien, merci. And I am pleased to see that you are just as your papa described you. Oh, what did he say? That no other little girl is as solemn as you, and you would make me smile. But why would being solemn make someone smile? It is your je ne sais quoi. It is you. Now, why don't you show me around your rooms? Yay! Okay, we have a Mariette. Okay, so we require more patience and belief. For Lottie. Okay, so I reckon we should go Mariette. I like Mariette. Mariette, I think. Mariette, may I? Is it all right if I ask you a few questions about yourself? Bien sûr, mademoiselle. What do you wish to know? What is your family name? Miss Minchin did not say. Dumas, mademoiselle. Oh, are you a relative of the great French writer, the author of The Three Musketeers? Mariette chuckled kindly. No, mademoiselle. Well, not in a close way, I am not. There are many with the name of Dumas, and I cannot know what connections there are between all people. Do you know all of your cousins and your cousins' cousins and all of those who bear the name Cru? I don't know anyone named Cru except for myself and Papa. So you see, I cannot say who my relatives might be at some distance. Sarah nodded. Where in France do you come from? I grew up in Limoges. You may have heard of the Limoges box, the porcelain. Sarah shook her head. Well, they were famous once. Perhaps they will be again. For now, like much of Limoges, they have faded. What is it like there? What is it like anywhere? It is a city. Not so large as Paris or London. No. Is it near Paris? No, pas très proche. As in the south. You must rely on the railways to travel between them. All trains lead to Paris. Sarah tried to picture it. She did not know Limoges, but if it was in the south, then it must be warm and green, surely. She had seen paintings of France, stone houses, arches and bridges, rolling green hills, hanging vines, and sunlight. Always sunlight. The fogs of London. It must be lovely. As you say, mademoiselle. How did you come to take this position? What I mean to say is, my papa and I did not have time to visit France, and I did not meet you until you came here. Did you meet my papa somewhere else? No, we have never met in flesh and blood. Your papa, he's a gentleman and knows many other gentlemen in fine cities like Paris. When it happened that he wished to appoint a maid, he wrote to this Paris gentleman to describe you. And I have a cousin who works for this Paris gentleman, and he thought of me, and so the arrangements were made. I am glad that they were. Sarah smiled. The gentle warmth of Mariette's regard was very comforting for a little girl, one who had been separated from her family and made to live in a far-off place. It was true that Mariette was, for the most part, only another stranger, like any other in Miss Minchin's seminary. They were only just beginning to know each other. And yet Mariette was not simply a stranger who might come and go like the students. She was Sarah's maid, the beginnings of her very own household. She might, in time, be the closest thing to family. I wonder about the friend my papa has in Paris. I wonder if he ever knew my mother. So we're definitely gonna do the events with Mariette. I like Mariette. I'm not sure I like Jessie. It was the beginning of another week of classes, and the students were seated neatly in rows in the schoolroom. Miss Minchin walked up and down between the desks, ensuring that each pupil's head was bowed to her particular lessons. She paused beside Sarah, a book in her hand. Now, Sarah, as your papa has engaged a French maid for you, I conclude that he wishes you to make a special study of the French language. I think he engaged her because he thought I would like her, Miss Minchin. I'm afraid that you may have been something of a spoiled little girl, and as such you always imagine that things are done because you like them. It is a fault in you, and one that we must endeavour to train away. My impression, Sarah, is that your papa wished for you to learn French. I have never really learned to speak French, but that is quite enough. You have never learned, and so you must begin at once. The French master, Monsieur Defarge, will be here in a few minutes. Take this book and look at it until he arrives. Dutifully, Sarah stared at the illustrated pages in front of her. Le père, the father, la mère, the mother. You look rather cross, Sarah. I am sorry you do not like the idea of learning French. I am very fond of it, but... You must not say but when you are told to do things. Miss Abbott, young ladies should not make dreadful snickering noises like a horse. Yes, Miss Minchin. Sarah, look at your book again. Yes, Miss Minchin. Le fille, le son, le frère, le brother. Oh dear. Shortly after Monsieur Defarge arrived in the classroom. French. I know, right, Alkesh? The French master was an elderly gentleman with neatly trimmed moustache and beard, and hair that flew outwards in dramatic points. His eyes lit up when he caught sight of an unfamiliar little girl puzzling over a book of French phrases. Ah! Is this a new pupil for me, madame? Her papa, Captain Crewe, is very anxious that she should begin the language, but I am afraid she has a childish prejudice against it. She does not seem to wish to learn. I am very sorry to hear that, mademoiselle. Perhaps when we begin to study together, I may show you that it's a charming tongue. Little Sarah rose in her seat. She was beginning to feel rather desperate. S'il vous plaît, monsieur, je ne peux pas lui faire comprendre. She began to explain quite simply in pretty and fluent French. Madame had not understood. She had not learned French, exactly, not out of books. But her papa and other people had always spoken it to her, and she had read it and written as though she had read and written English. Her papa loved it, and she loved it because he did. Her dear mamma, who had died when she was born, had been French. What on earth? What is she saying? Is this some form of joke? Madame, there is not much I can teach her. She has not learned French. She is French. Her accent is exquisite. You ought to have told me. I tried. I suppose I did not begin right. Miss Minchin slammed her hand down upon a desk. Silence, young lady, silence at once. And though the other students soon settled back into proper schoolroom behaviour, Miss Minchin's lips remained tightly pressed together whenever she looked at Sarah. Okay, right, we're still trying to up belief. Let's try with belief again. So let's go for a... No. Play with toys. Right. So write in our diary. Try the tea party. Do with a bit of vigour as well. Let's do it that way around. Okay, let's try that this time. Ah! So we got nothing for playing. Great. Yay, we got a belief. We got a lot of sympathy. And we got nothing again. And it's, yeah, okay, fine. 1 knowledge, 3 artistry, 2 grace, 3 belief, 3 sympathy, and 1 belief. Okay. We do not have much patience. If the French language fell naturally from Sarah's lips, there were other lips from which it seemed it could not escape at all, no matter how long the owner stared at her workbook. Le père, the mother, la mère, the... Sorry, I realised I read the mother. Le père, the father, la mère, the mother. To Ermengarde, it had seemed almost unbelievable that a girl of her own age should string together so many words of French as if they were mere trifles. Dismayed at her own failings, she was devoting more effort than usual to the trial of understanding her lessons. Her elbows rested on the desk, her hands under her chin as she repeated the broken syllables under her breath. She stared so hard and bit the ribbon on her pigtail so fast that she attracted the attention of Miss Minchin, who, feeling extremely cross at the moment, immediately pounced on her. Miss St. John, what is the meaning of such conduct? What? Remove your elbows. Take your ribbon out your mouth. Sit up at once. Yes, Miss Minchin. Matters did not improve for Miss St. John when the French master himself arrived. Good bread, ni bon pain. Kindly though he was, Monsieur Defarge could not help but smile at her pronunciation. That is not quite correct. Écoutez bien. Le bon pain. Le bon pain. Oh, don't make fun of her. Girls, conduct yourself. It isn't funny, really. They ought not laugh. Or think. Okay, so we now found a person that we actually want to be friends with. And the maid. So, yeah. And possibly the little girl, but we'll see how much time we have. It was a way of hers to always want to spring into any fray in which someone was made uncomfortable or unhappy. However, there was no way for a hero to defend or rescue Ermengarde from the horrors of education, at least not until the lesson period had been concluded. Yay! We have enough sympathy that we can play Ermengarde's. Okay. We need belief. We always need belief. We need to get belief for Mariette, otherwise we're going to be stuck. So, Ermengarde and Mariette for now. Having made up her mind to befriend the unfortunate Ermengarde, Sarah first had to seek her out. Someone like Lavinia could be easily tracked from a distance by the sharp sound of her voice or the drumming heels of little girls stampeding away from her presence. Also, hi, Alkesh. I didn't twig that the comment. Yeah, also, hi. So, yeah, sorry, I'm tired. I've had full day of meetings. It's been quite full on. So, yeah. How are you doing? Ermengarde, however, kept largely to herself and did not make a great deal of noise. Sarah found her at last, bundled rather disconsolately in a window seat. That's good to hear. Is it epically hot in over on your side of the channel? Because it's quite warm here. Forthright and fearless, Sarah walked over to offer a friendly greeting. Hello, what is your name? Her name, of course, was already known as they'd been introduced, however briefly, upon Sarah's arrival at the school. This was, however, the traditional thing that little girls always said to each other by way of beginning an acquaintance. The etiquette of children has its own observances. Thank you for the bits, Leaky. Relatively hot, not heatwave hot. Yeah, okay, that's good. My name's Ermengarde St. John. Mine is Sarah Crew. Yours is very pretty. It sounds like a storybook. Do you like it? To understand why she fluttered so nervously, one must recall that a new pupil at school is for a short time a very uncertain thing. Cliques and friendships in a small environment can become very firmly set indeed, and leave no room for the excluded no matter how many years might pass. To the friendless, then, a new student brings with her a breath of hope. Here is someone who is not yet claimed. Perhaps she will like me. I have cold brew, which had condensation, and now my mat is on the floor. Hang on. Where's he gone? Okay. I am temporarily using a different mat because the other mat has now disappeared underneath an item of furniture, and I'm not going to retrieve it. But yes, I finally remembered to make cold brew, so I have cold tea, intentionally cold fruit tea, which is nice. And yet, as she is unknown, friendship may not be a possibility. A new girl could be equally snobbish or foolish or mean-spirited. The hope is always adulterated with fear. This pupil was even more noteworthy than most, for rumours about her had filled the school even before her arrival. She had her own carriage and her own maid. Her rooms were like no one else's. Her wardrobe was exquisite. She had the adventure of a voyage from India to discuss. It is no wonder that Ermengarde was somewhat tongue-tied upon being addressed. Yeah, I know, right? I'm just throwing furniture all over the place. Ouais, toi, Liggy. Vraiment. I like yours, your name. She bit her lip in chagrin at her own stumbling. Sarah held out her hand, not as if a grand lady might for a gentleman to touch it, but as if greeting someone who was already a friend. After only a moment's hesitation, Ermengarde took it. I'm very pleased to meet you. Me too. Oh, you should meet Emily as well. Who is Emily? Come up to my room and you shall see. All right. They jumped down from the window seat together and went upstairs. Is it true that you have a whole playroom to yourself? The ordinary pupils at Miss Minchin's Select Seminary only had small bedrooms of their own, enough space to sleep and dress and read if they were inclined, but for most activities they must venture out. Yes, Papa asked Miss Minchin to let me have one. She opened the door and beckoned Ermengarde inside. See, there is the sitting room through that door. Oh, it's beautiful! Sometimes when I am playing, I make up stories about the things that I am doing and tell them to myself. I don't like people to hear me. It spoils it if I think people might listen. Does that sound too selfish of me? I do tell stories for others as well. It is only that some stories, particularly new ones that I am only just making up, are private. They are too delicate to be shared. Ermengarde had paused, her eyes wide. You make them up? How can you do that? Why, anyone can make up things. Have you never tried? But where do the stories come from? Inside my head. Don't you ever imagine things that might happen that haven't? You must have dreams when you sleep, at least. Ermengarde shook her head, her braids wobbling. I try not to think about things like that. They are too confusing. I try to think only about what I'm supposed to be learning at school. I try very hard, but it doesn't seem to help. Sarah found the concept of a girl with no imagination at all too difficult to grasp. Surely you must read storybooks about things that aren't real. Oh no, I hate to read. Seeing that this response disappointed Sarah, she fished for a better explanation. I don't read well. I can't concentrate. The words run together and it's so hard to remember anything that I read in a book. Dyslexia, potentially? ADHD, maybe? I am meant to read a great many books for Miss Minchin's classes, but I get them all mixed up. When we read poems after history, I thought that Christabel was the daughter of the King of Spain. I don't want to read any more than I absolutely must. I'll only make a muddle of it. And if I tried to make up a story, then how would I remember what was real and what wasn't? But it's good that you can. What if you read stories about fairies or dragons? Surely you wouldn't get those confused with things at school. But I might. You are very like a fairy, and you are here at school. I'm sorry. I'm very dull and slow. Everyone says so. I understand if you do not wish to spend any more time with me. Sarah patted Ermengarde on the shoulder in a companionable fashion. Everyone is different. I am only sorry that it means I cannot share my favourite books with you. I have so many favourites that I love, and I wish that you could love them too. Oh, I have an idea. Perhaps if I read them to you, then you wouldn't get them confused with other books. I don't know. Hesitantly she smiled. But I could try. Good. That's story time with Sarah! Did you see that darling blue and yellow bird on the way back from church? It was only a blue tit. They're hopelessly common. I hadn't seen one before. They're country birds. They like trees. You don't see them so much in London. There must be many more birds in the country. Are there any birds in England that are blue all over? I don't think so. Are there blue birds in India? Well, there are some blue birds with bright blue feathers, but not all over. And some birds that are blue all over, but only a bit blue. I thought that perhaps in England I might find the blue bird of happiness. What's that? I should tell you. One of you, come up to my room and we shall have tea delivered. You shouldn't give orders to cook. It's not proper for a young lady to go into the kitchens. Oh, I won't. Go, my maid Mariette will fetch the tea for us. You have your own personal maid to bring you tea? Yes, my father arranged for her to come from France. Come and say hello. Sarah and her entourage were greeted at the door. Oh my, so many visitors. It's all right. Would you please bring tea for my guests, Mariette? Oui, mademoiselle. Mariette went at once to the kitchen to carry out her little mistress's orders. The head cook of Miss Minchin's Select Seminary looked up at Mariette's approach, her face pinched as her dough. Here now, what's this then? Afternoon tea for 4. Oh, is that all? I expect she'll be wanting fresh cakes too. Never mind that we haven't any made. Ah, no, there are biscuits already. Never seen that stop one of those girls from wanting more, quick as you please. It is perhaps with some, but not so with my mistress. Elle a l'air d'une princesse, c'est cette petite. She thanks me for my work, just as if she was thanking a grand lady. Giving herself airs, you mean? As you wish, still I am very pleased with my place. Now the tea. Right, okay. Patience, belief. We're good with grace and artistry. Or just fairly. So we want... Okay, we don't want to try and double all vigor on that. Okay. Let's try diary again. Tea party. Toys. Walk and dance, I guess. Be fun. Suppose you could do more than one activity, but you know. Writing. Visiting. Playing. We don't need any more artistry. Walking. Oh no! We don't get anything for that. Oh, we finally got a vigor. Okay. Yeah, artistry is just wasted now. I don't know if that's enough for the thing. Right this way, Sarah. Lady Pipkin will be absolutely charmed to meet you. Yes, Miss Minchin. Where is she taking Sarah? Miss Minchin is showing her off to another visiting parent, or maybe a donor. I'm sure I wouldn't know. Dear Sarah must come into the drawing room and talk to Miss Musgrave about India. Dear Sarah must speak French to Lady Pipkin. Her accent is so perfect. She didn't learn her French at this seminary, that's for sure. And there's nothing so clever in her knowing it. She says herself she didn't learn it at all. She just picked it up because she always heard her papa speak it. It's simply disgusting the way Miss Minchin trots her out like an ornament. I can't imagine being so good at anything that Miss Minchin would want to show me off, especially French. The heir is always imagining. She will no doubt grow up to be eccentric. There is one thing about her, though. She's never grand about herself the least bit, even though she easily might be. I believe I couldn't help being proud, just a little, if I had so many fine things and was made such a fuss over. A little. Miss Minchin brought you into courtesy for a mayor's wife. You would purr, just like Tybalt. Oh, Lavvy, don't be silly. Being a cat might be even nicer than being able to speak French. I agree with that sentiment. Being a cat would be nice. And every bit as likely for you. There's no use in waiting here for Sarah. She'll be at tea for hours, I'm sure. We might as well go on our way. Right. Oh God, we need more belief. More belief for Ermengarde. But we're going to play Mariette's next event. Nothing required blinking artistry. Okay. We've got bundles of it. Come and see, come and see. Mademoiselle, you do not need to talk at me. I promise, I will follow. Her hand still held on Sarah as Mariette stepped into the classroom. I'm sorry, I was too excited. That is quite all right then. Now, what is it that you wanted to show me? Well, as it happened, it's more what I wished for you to show me. Miss Minchin keeps a globe in the schoolroom. I was hoping that you could show me where in France you were born. Ah, if it please you, mademoiselle. I do not think it will make much impact for you, though. The distance between one city and another compared to the world, it is not so much. Dutifully, she turned the globe to bring France into view. Somewhere near here, I believe, would be Limoges. Sarah followed Mariette's finger, then smiled to herself. Ah, you were right. It does not tell me anything more than I already knew. Could you show me where you lived in India? Here, I think, or somewhere nearby. It's hard to be sure, but this is where the ship took us. Sarah tilted her head and considered Mariette curiously. You are very different from an Indian servant. My ayah was always kind to me, but she would never tell me if I was doing something wrong or making a mistake. Even if I asked for her opinion, she would always say that I was right. It's very confusing, sometimes, until I learned to ask my papa when I needed to know something. Your papa wrote of you that you were a clever and curious girl who was eager to learn and who would appreciate having the reasons explained to you. Yes, that is just so. It was another sign of how much her papa considered her needs and well-being. It made Sarah warm to think it. Every time Mariette speaks to me, it is a gift from my papa. I do miss my ayah sometimes, and the other servants from our home. They were always part of my life, even the ones that worked directly for my papa and did not speak to me. Familiar. I wish that I could see them again. All of my life, I suppose. My life hasn't really been that long, has it? But for all of my life, I always knew that I have to go away like other children did. The climate of India is very bad for British children, so we must return to England and go to school. That is what everyone says. I wonder, is the climate of England very bad for Indian children also? Perhaps that is why none of them travelled with us here. Perhaps that is so. If as you say, the climate is very different, then it could be difficult to adjust. However, mademoiselle, it is also very possible that they do not wish to travel so far from the homes and the families that they love. Hey, thank you for the host. Oh yes, I didn't think of that. I would not wish to leave either if I had the choice. I'd rather be at home with my papa. Oui. It is very difficult to leave behind all that you have known and travel to a foreign land. but this is a foreign land to you. Was it difficult to leave your family and your home in France? Mariette's smile was enigmatic. Who can say? Perhaps it is for the best, in the best of all possible worlds. Oh. Stay together now, girls. Keep in line and don't snap in any puddles. Just because the church is over, no excuse to soil your nice dresses. Yeah, it smells very different when it rains. It still smells like London. There are too many people, chimneys and horses. I keep lavender sachets in my room so that I can smell the gardens, even when I'm away from home. They're not too much. My Aunt Eliza sent me the flowers. I stitched them myself. We have lavender in India too. Oh, but isn't lavender an English flower? I thought everything in India would be saffron and spices. Perhaps the British soldiers brought lavender with them so they could smell the gardens too. Do you think that soldiers could be homesick? Of course, soldiers must be very brave and bear all sorts of dangers and hardships, but that doesn't mean they don't have any feelings. We must be brave too, even when we are far from the homes and the people that we love. A carriage passed alongside Miss Minchin's students as they walked, seemingly packed to the walls with children. 8 of them, siblings all, and such a giggling mass of blonde curls and rosy cheeks that Sarah had never seen before. Their merriment was infectious, and Sarah found that a smile had come unexpectedly to her face. As such, it came as a slight shock when the carriage moved along and revealed a sight previously hidden on the other side of the street. A little beggar child in a heap of rags. Too dirty for Sarah to tell if it was a boy or girl. Prickled by the sight, Sarah stepped out of line and carried her little coin purse to the child. Sarah, wait, where are you going? Here is a 6pence. Go and buy yourself something more. She hurried back into formation, but not before her steps were noticed by Miss Minchin. Sarah Curie, you must stay in line. If you go rushing off, you will put yourself at risk. I should not like to tell your horse. Oh dear, I'm doing the thing where my brain reads ahead and sometimes I say the words out of order, but apparently she wouldn't like to tell her horse that we were struck down by a cab father in the road. I'm just going to leave it at that. I only wish to... Generosity is a virtue, but it is not wise or safe to come in close contact with the creatures of the streets. You must be careful to clean yourself thoroughly when we return to the school. Yes, Miss Minchin. Sarah looked back, but the beggar child had already disappeared from sight. How strange that one child should be hungry and dirty on the streets, while another rides in a fine carriage and knows nothing but joy and laughter. And of all those things happen quite by accident because of the way that we are born. Right, we need belief and patience. Okay. Right, let's just write in our diary a couple of times. Okay, tea party and write in our diary. Because, you know, I feel like we really need to get belief and patience. Yay, we got some patience! And some belief. Ah, more sympathy, okay. Some vigor and belief. Yay! Lots of belief. Good, 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 good. Alright, so we got 5 sympathy, 4 belief. Okay. Even from a distance, there was no mistaking Lottie's shrill little voice. I wanna hold the kitty! Don't be ridiculous. Sarah came into the room to find Lavinia perched primly in a window seat, staring down at the smaller child, whose lip was beginning to wobble. Tybalt is in my lap, and he is perfectly content there. Listen, you can hear him purr. That is because I am stroking him, and he likes me. I want to hold the kitty! Keep your sticky little fingers away from his fur. Lottie's brow furrowed in fierce determination. Ignoring Lavinia's commands, she reached out to pick up the cat. Lavinia slapped Lottie's hand away. The sudden movement jostled Tybalt out of his comfortable doze. With a parting squeeze of his claws, he leapt from Lavinia's legs and hurried out of the room. Now look what you've done, you little brat. You scratched me, and if he's damaged my dress. It scratched you because you were mean. You wouldn't even let me touch it. Isn't fair, isn't? A cat is not a rag doll. You cannot snatch and tug at it as you please, or it will bite your hand. Is that too difficult for a child of 8 to understand? She cannot help being younger any more than we can help being older. If she is 8, she is 8, but she'll be 9 next year, 10 the year after, and in 12 years she'll be 20, and that is quite grand. Dear me, how we can calculate. I don't want to be 20. You will be when you are, and you won't be when you aren't, so there's no reason to want or not to want. No, 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 no! Be quiet, or shall I slap your face? You mustn't. Lottie looked into Lavinia's blazing eyes, then ran from the room, wailing at the unfairness of it all. You would not baby her, Sarah. She must learn that she can't have everything her own way. Privately, Sarah thought that Lottie was not the only student in the school who might need to learn that lesson. Okay, so we can play Mariette. We need more belief for Ermengarde, so I don't want to use that up. So we'll just do another Mariette one. I like Mariette. Sarah lay on her bed, resting her cheek against the cool fabric of her pillow. The light of the mid-morning sun gleamed where it touched the surfaces in her room, gliding them with a fairy's brush. Perhaps if I lay still long enough, I will catch sight of a fairy coming to visit me. The next face she saw was not that of a visiting fairy. Do you try to catch your dreams, mademoiselle? I can leave you to sleep. I have tried in the past to go back into the same dream, but it never seems to work. Or if it does work, I can't remember it. You don't always remember in dreams. She shifted position, curling onto her side. I just don't feel like getting up today, I'm sorry. Let me see. She laid her dark hand against Sarah's forehead. You may be a little warm, I cannot tell. Does your throat hurt? No, I'm only tired. It is better to prevent than to heal. I will fetch you some porridge and salt water. She bustled out of the room, leaving Sarah to contemplate in silence. I do hope that I will not be ill. It will be most unpleasant. I do not quite feel ill. As long as I think nice thoughts and don't feel ill, then I'm not ill, I think. Many young people would have difficulty remaining in their beds all day unless they were too ill to do so. It was easier for Sarah, who enjoyed spinning fancies in her mind. I do not truly need to leave my bed in order to play out stories. In fact, with Mariette to bring me food, I might never need to leave these rooms at all. Like a princess bricked up in a tall tower, the Prince of Nerve, a wicked regent who means for her to be forgotten so that he can steal her kingdom in peace. She would be diligent at her studies even within her tiny bedroom, so that one day when she was rescued, or escaped, she'd be ready to take back her rightful lands. Was it a diverting fantasy? But it led Sarah to more practical curiosity. There was, after all, someone close to her who did spend most of her days within these rooms. When Mariette returned with a tray of tonics, Sarah asked, Mariette, what do you do during the days when I am away? Since she is my maid and not Miss Minchin's, she should not be made to do any of the work, but she is always here when I need her, so she must not go anywhere else. Oh, many things? She set the tray down. I look over your wardrobe and check for any things that may need mending. I might do a bit of embroidery on my own, and I do read your books. That is how you wished it, yes? I did not think to ask each time that I... No, I am glad that someone else reads them. I have many, many books, and some of them I only read once, and I worry that they might feel neglected. Sarah looked around the room at all of her pretty things, the gifts from her papa. They were all precious to her, but if you wish to, it is all right if you play with my toys while I am in classes. I know that I can trust you not to break them. But please make sure to leave Emily a bit of private time when no one is watching her so that she can sleep and relax. If Mariette wished to laugh, she was too polite to do so. Merci, mademoiselle. Now sit up if you please and have a bit of breakfast. If you are 2 weeks, then I should have to spoon the porridge into you myself. I'm well. I'm wonderfully well. She laughed, for it was true. She did feel better. Would you like to sit in front of the mirror while I brush your hair, Mademoiselle? Oh, I don't think so. Not by the mirror. You see, it is nice to sit and think when you run the brush through my hair. Sometimes I remember stories or think of things I want to say to someone. Other times it helps me relax. It must be like that for Tybalt when someone is petting him. But if I were looking into the mirror, then the Sarah in the mirror would be looking back at me, and we should have to pay attention to each other or else we might be thought impolite. Mariette laughed in the back of her throat. That is as you wish. I have thought of doing something different with your hair, and if you could see, then you would know more quickly if you thought yes or no, and I could change it if you did not like it. Well, I think that it's better to look at it when you've finished. If you start reading a book in the middle, then you might have the wrong idea of what it's all about. Then I will show you when I am done. Mariette is so kind. I would be terribly lonely in these rooms without her. This school is full of other girls, but they are like me, guests of Miss Minchin. We live in the same house, but they are not part of my household. Mariette is the only person who belongs to me. It is nice to sit and think while she brushes my hair, and she has a better way of doing with it, a better way with it than my old Aya did, but I do miss my papa so. If he were here, if he were to come visit me as some girls' parents do, how happy my life would be. I wonder where my papa is now. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to speak. No, it is good, mademoiselle. You should speak your thoughts. I need to alias that. Hi, Dan. Welcome back. How was the walk? Did Milo find anything interesting? We have lots of A's and K's and S's. Not so many B's. We need B's. Your father sailed from New Mexico. By now he is in India, yes. Home and safe. And thinking about how different the house seems without your footsteps. Oh, I don't want to think of him sad and lonely. It is right that he misses you and that you miss him. That is how things should be. But that does not mean your life is nothing but sadness, does it? No, I do not think I am melancholy. I would not wish to be. I enjoy my books and my friends. So you see, your papa, he will be lonely, but he will also feel other things. He will live his life, but he will also think of you. I believe you will hear from him soon. Oh, I hope you are right. Aww, little Westy. Is that Milo's friend, Hamish? No, you must be right. My papa will write me letters as soon as the ships can carry them, and I will treasure his words. Oh, zoomies with Ariel. Nice. Do hope that my papa has a friend to care for him, as Mariette cares for me. See? So, we need belief and vigour and maybe a little patience. We're not doing so well in getting the vigour. Let's put dance there. Play with toys. Last time I did that, okay. Tea party. Nice. Let's keep that one. Go for a walk. Play with toys. Okay, let's try that. Why is it not like giving us vigor? We don't need any more blinking artistry. Get no points there. Ow! Oh, we got a vigor. Yay! And a belief. Yay! More vigor. Okay, cool. I'm assuming Ollie is another dog. Because otherwise that is a funny sentence. I mean, you know, not necessarily unusual, but what type of puppy is Ollie? While Sarah was walking through the school, she heard a great commotion coming from a nearby room. The first high-pitched shriek made her startle, concerned that one of the younger girls might have injured herself. Sarah was a quiet and solemn girl herself, but made no judgment against those whose temperaments led them to cry out loudly when they were in pain. However, the wailing went on, more angry than miserable, and the voice was recognisable as Lottie's. Sarah came closer and began to make out the accompaniment of a frustrated adult that had been jarred out by the childish tantrum. Oh, old black lab. Nice. What are you crying for? There is nothing wrong with you. Stop crying, for heaven's sake. You ought to be whipped. You shall be whipped if you don't hush, you naughty child. Lottie wailed more loudly than ever. Miss Minchin emerged from the room, her hands pressed to the sides of her head, and paused when she saw Sarah lingering outside. Oh dear, Sarah. Miss Minchin's attempt at producing a friendly smile was not at all convincing. Lottie's roars continued unabated, and each burst of sound made Miss Minchin's shoulders twitch. I stopped because I knew it was Lottie, and I thought perhaps, just perhaps, I could make her quiet. I stopped because I knew it was Lottie, and I thought perhaps, just perhaps, I could make her be quiet. May I try, Miss Minchin? If you can quiet that, you are a clever child. Dreadful thing, we might not be able to keep her. But you are clever in everything, my dear. I dare say you can manage her. Go in. No, that's not a solution, Dan. When Sarah entered the room, Lottie was lying upon the floor, screaming and kicking her small fat legs violently. Sarah stood by the howling, furious child for a few moments and looked down at her without saying anything. Then she sat down flat on the floor beside her and waited. Except for Lottie's angry screams, the room was quite quiet. This was a new state of affairs for Lottie, who was accustomed to hearing other people protest and implore and command and coax her by turn. To find that the only person near her did not seem to mind in the least how she kicked and screamed was unusual. It made it necessary for her to pause her sobbing in order to see what was going on. She opened her tight-shut streaming eyes to see who this person was and found out that it was only another little girl, but it was the one who owned Emily and all the nice things. Sarah looked at Lottie quite curiously, but said nothing. Lottie sucked in a gulp of air, but the noise she made sounded rather half-hearted. I haven't any mama. Neither have I. Lottie blinked rapidly at this unexpected answer. Her arms and legs ceased their kicking and lay flat against the floor. Where is your mama? She went to heaven, but I'm sure she comes out sometimes to see me, though I don't see her. So does yours. Perhaps they can both see us now. Perhaps they are both in this room. Here? Lottie sat bolt upright and looked around. Seeing nothing, her face began to scrunch up again. We can't see the people who live in heaven, even when they come to visit us. They travel like wind or sunlight. You can only feel them for a moment if they touch you, and then they're gone. They can go anywhere in an instant, but most of the time they stay up above. The land is full of lilies, fields and fields of lilies, and when the soft wind blows over them, it wafts the scent of them into the air. And everybody always breathes it, because that soft wind is always blowing. Wind and sunlight, and the streets are always shining. And little children run around in the lily fields and gather armfuls of them and laugh, and make little wreaths to wear on their heads or spin cloaks and dresses of soft lily petals. The petals never go dry or brown, but when the children grow tired of them, they toss the petals into the air and they turn into clouds. Lottie had by now quite forgotten to cry and was leaning across, hanging on every word that Sarah spoke. In that shining city, people are never tired. However far they walk, they can float anywhere they like. And there are walls made of pearl and gold all around the city, but they are low enough for the people to go and lean on them and look down on the earth and smile. It's a story. From those walls, sometimes they dance down to visit us. Other times they whisper beautiful messages into the wind and hope that someday we will hear them. Oh, I want to go there. I haven't got any mama. Sarah saw the danger signal and took hold of Lottie's hand with a coaxing little laugh. I will be your mama in this school. We will play that you are my little girl, and Emily shall be your sister. Shall she? Yes, let us go and tell her, and then I will wash your face and brush your hair, and both of us shall have a little bit more family. Yeah, that nearly got me. Okay, we're saving up belief for Ermengarde, because I like Ermengarde. Though I do like Lottie now. I really wish I hadn't played the first Jessie event, but I don't really have much choice. We may as well do Mariette, because I like Mariette, and also Knowledge and Grace I've got pretty much full. Is that sweet or creepy? Which bit? Because, you know, it's kids, so they're being sweet. Sarah was curled up in her soft, comfortable chair. Okay, fair enough. With a book, while Mariette was moved around the room, neatening cushions and setting items on shelves in orderly alignment. It was a book detailing life in faraway America, and 4 sisters who were growing up into women. Little women? Beth, Jo, Amy. And I've forgotten the other one right now. Probably Little Women. Sarah found it well written, but less exciting than the histories and fantasies she preferred. It is unfair of me to judge them too quickly. Perhaps they will have adventures when they are older. I have not had so many adventures myself yet, but I hope that I will someday. As she turned the pages, she became aware of a faint musical sound elsewhere in the room. It was humming to herself. I wonder if she realises she is doing that. Distracted from her reading, Sarah listened for a while, while trying to follow the thread of the tune. Miss Minchin's select seminary aimed to create well-rounded young ladies, but Miss Minchin herself did not place so much emphasis on music, and singing masters visited only infrequently. Oh, nice, Grav. Ah! God damn it. Guess what? The other mat is now on the floor. I'm just going to wipe the condensation off onto my jeans. That one didn't go under the sofa though. Right. Oh, I'm sitting on my cushion now. I found it! It didn't go under the sofa, it just went all the way to the other side of the cushion. Yes. R.I.P. Matt, yes. Oh, I accidentally went back. Okay. On the streets of London, one might see performers of various sorts. Fiddlers, organ grinders, and sometimes even singers, although the city noise made it difficult for such to be heard. These street musicians, however, were more commonly found in parts of London, through which a refined young lady passed through quickly and did not linger. Her ear tempted by the possibility of a new source of music, Sarah asked, "What are you humming?" "Pardonnez-moi, mademoiselle." "No, you didn't have to stop. It sounded pretty." "I was hoping that you knew the song and could sing it to me." "I am not certain that I can remember all the words, but I will try." Oh, new remote idea. I mean, do share if you want to share, because I was like a fun thing. A falling mats, is that your new remote? Yes, did I inspire you? In a breathy voice, Mariette began to sing what must have been a children's nonsense song about a beautiful lady who was in fact a beautiful slice of bread living in a palace of butter. A pair of dice with the dice tray. I like the pun. Because you're in a constant battle with RNG. Yeah, I like that. The lyrics were, of course, all in French, and 1 or 2 words referred to things Sarah was unfamiliar with, like coquignoles, but she assumed they were another kind of pastry. Perhaps I should have Mariette buy some for us if she can find them in London. There are likely to be more French bakeries here than in India. Mariette's voice trailed off amidst a pile of confections. Oh, now I'm hungry. Ah well, you see how it is, yes? I am sorry it is not a proper song. I think it is a darling little song. Where did you learn it? Oh, nowhere important. It must be a common song in France. I wonder if it's something that my mother knew when she was a little girl. You look sad, mademoiselle. Was my sing so terrible? No, not at all. It was very sweet of you to sing to me. I was thinking about my mother. I am sorry I did not mean to stir up painful memories. But I don't remember her, not at all. That is what I was thinking about. This seemed like a serious subject, so Sarah rose from her chair and stood with her hands clasped behind her, as if she was giving a recitation. I don't know. I'm going to save it, because I realised I've not saved at all. Let's have a look in preferences. No, it's the answer. Not this one, anyway. I mean, it may be available in different languages off the console, but this one is just in English with a little bit of French mixed in. I don't know if it was originally in English, but this console port is, and does not sadly have any other languages. That's a good question. That's kind of sweet. Okay. I never knew my mother, so I cannot miss her. I do not know what having a mother is like. My father picked you for me because you are kind and French as she was, so I wondered for a moment if he meant for you to be a kind of mother to me as I am Mama to Lottie. I could pretend it was so if it pleased you or if it pleased my papa, but it does not seem right somehow. You are not my mother, you are Mariette, and that is something on its own. Mariette covered her smile with her hand. You are filled with thoughts, my petite princess. You do not need to worry, I do not wish to be your mother. Sarah nodded quite seriously. It's good, would not wish to disappoint her. I am sure she comes out from heaven sometimes to watch over me. It might make her sad if she thought she had been replaced, especially when I cannot see her or speak with her to explain. Would you like to see her? What? But how? Come here. Mariette drew Sarah close in front of her. Close your eyes. Blind, Sarah allowed herself to be guided by Mariette's hands. She was not afraid. She knew Mariette would take care of her. Now turn and look. Sarah opened her eyes to be faced with a full-length mirror that always stood in her room. There's your mother, do you see? Your mother's your father, they made you. They are always inside you. Sarah stared at her reflection for a moment, then smiled. I believe you are filled with thoughts too. Then we are a pair. Girls, gather round if you please. We'll be welcoming a special dance instructor today who's visiting us from France. She'll be leading you in exercises to increase your grace and posture. Go and change into your leotard-style dancing costumes. She swept off to her office and the girls clustered eagerly together. A special dance instructor? Do you think she might be from the Ballet de l'Opéra de Paris? The Ballet of Opéry? The Paris Opera Ballet, of course. The absolute birthplace of romantic ballet, and they go all the way back to the court of the Sun King. Oh. I am not so fond of ballet as you are. No one is as fond of ballet as Jessie is. It is a sickness with her. Have fun at work. Try not to kill anyone today. I wonder if there's really a sickness that can make you like one thing or one person more than another. And if there were, would anyone wish to be cured? Fair enough, Scrub. You take care of yourself anyway. Such things you imagine. In any event, it might be not ballet. She is a special instructor after all. Perhaps she will be permitted to practice social dances. Perhaps even the waltz. My father says the waltz is shocking. Watching you attempt to perform it would no doubt be. If we are allowed the waltz, I will be dancing with Jessie. Sorry, I had to zoom in to see what the little emote was. And it's a little dude with a knife. Oh. perhaps we had better go get our costumes. Ermengarde is very sensible. It only took a little praise as that to make poor Miss St. John look pleased. The dancing lessons did not progress quite as anyone expected. Little chibi people! It's more like Le Mans than dance. I do not see how this can be described as dancing. It is preparation for dancing. We are learning to stretch and relax our bodies so that we may move more beautifully. It's French. Sarah, is this the way things are usually done in France? I have never asked Mariette whether she took dancing lessons. I want to work on my hands. Leave your hands on the floor long enough and Ermengarde will trot on them for you. Ah, Jessie, be careful, you are tickling me. The instructor said that it was imperative that we rub deeply to warm our muscles. To speak of muscle upon a lady is very unseemly. Your hands are very strong, Ermengarde. Did I hurt you? Not a bit, it feels nice. It's a little bit like having my hair brushed. Oh god, I would murder for a massage. But until things open up, it's not really advisable. But god, I would murder for a massage. Maybe I'll have a bath. It's about as close as I get. Makes me feel like a cat being petted. I want to be a cat. I want to dance like a cat. Cats don't dance. Dance at the court of the king of cats. How do they dance, Sarah? Do they stand on their hind legs? Well, girls, cease chattering and get ready for our lessons. Yes, Miss Minchin. Okay, so knowledge would be good. Figure, belief. Okay, let's go with knowledge to start with. Believe. Excuse me. Let's try that. Breathing. Yay, belief. Belief is good. Writing. We don't need any more sympathy. We've got some vigor. Ugh. Nothing. Nothing on Friday. Useless. Are you well, ma petite? Yes, I'm only feeling a little tired. The days have been growing warmer, but the air never feels the same way that it did in India. Oh god, the humidity. I hate the humidity. I suppose Ermengarde is right, and it is the smell of London. Even if I cannot distinguish one scent above the other, that would mean London. It always must be there. As am I. Bon courage, mademoiselle. I have something here which will brighten your day. A letter from Papa! Oh, merci, Maria, merci beaucoup. She did not open it at once, pressed the envelope to her chest. My papa has sent this. It has been in his hands. If a letter can come from his hands into mine, then we are never so far apart. At last she took out the paper and began to read. My dear little missus, here I am once again in Bombay. I have little to tell you of my adventures, for no sooner did I reach my home than I began thinking of you and putting pen to paper. Therefore I have seen little since I left you other than ships, and you remember those. Sarah closed her eyes and let herself remember the voyage from India. The big ships, the lascars passing silently to and fro on it, the children playing about on the hot deck. There had been women on board, the wives of some young officers, who had invited Sarah to take tea with them, and delighted in making her speak her unusual thoughts. But most importantly, there had been her papa. I felt it important to write to you at once so that you would not worry about your poor old papa, all alone on the ocean. All is well. I am returned, and life here is remarkably unchanged in my absence. Now it is your duty to let me know all that has happened since I left you, all the new friends you have made, the books you have read, and the sights you have seen in London. Do you remember Colonel Grange and his little girl Isabel? In a year she'll be old enough that she must leave for England as well. I am relying on your advice to tell her what to expect in her schooling. Give my regards to Emily and any companions she might have acquired. Yours are always, your loving Papa. Sarah held the letter in her hands, already beginning to imagine the many things she might write in response. I love you too, Papa. Ermengarde, we have enough belief for Ermengarde. Ermengarde sat contentedly on the floor of Sarah's room, listening to her read from one of her storybooks. And then he offered to take her away to his father's court, where he would make her his bride. The maiden adored the prince whose company had charmed her for so many hours, but she could not bear to leave her sisters without first telling them farewell. She bade the prince to leave and return again the next day to the place in the woods where they had met. Sarah did not read the words exactly as they were written, but put her own little touches upon the story to make it turn out the way she preferred. It was not quite the same as telling her own stories, but Ermengarde still seemed nervous at the idea of stories that could not come from books at all. It was a first step. Once he had gone, she rushed back to her home to take up her work at the wheel, planning to spin twice as fast to cover for her absence. But when she sat down at the wheel, she was dismayed to find that her magical gold thread had lost all its brightness. Her heart beat fast, and she wept bitterly, for she remembered her mother's warning and knew not what misfortune might now befall her. She was so afraid that she would be punished for what she had done that she ran away without telling anyone what had happened, not even her beloved sisters. She ran through the woods looking for her prince, but he was on horseback and long since gone. And while she ran, she did not watch where she was going, and so she tripped over a root and fell into a rushing river, disappearing into the swift current. Thus the misfortune was complete. She drowned? Not quite. Sarah continued her story, how the maiden was transformed into a golden water lily who sang in her sorrow, and how she was at last restored to life by the love of her sisters. Ermengarde sighed in contentment. When I hear stories in your voice, I can almost see them happening. You are much better than books. But what about the prince? Doesn't he marry her in the end? I went over the bridge by the river and heard her singing, but he didn't do anything to save her. It was her sisters who loved her enough to look for her when she was lost. I thought princes were always heroes. Anyone could be a hero in the right circumstances. I don't think I could. Ermengarde looked around Sarah's room, decorated as it was with the best of at least 3 countries. Dependable England, refined France, and exotic India. Do you miss being in India, Sarah? Yes, of course, it was my home and I was happy there. I had my house and my pets and my ayah, and the skies were never foggy and grey like they are here in London. I loved living there. But I love it most of all because it is where my papa will be. Ermengarde saw Sarah's face suddenly change. A cloud seemed to pass over it and put out the light in her shining eyes. She drew in her breath so sharply that it made a funny little sad sound, and then she shut her lips and held them tightly closed as if she was determined to do or not to do something. Have you a pain? There was a moment of silence in which Ermengarde worried that she might have spoken out of turn, but at last Sarah answered, Yes, but it's not in my body. Her voice was low and somewhat unsteady. Do you love your father more than anything else in the whole world? Ermengarde's mouth fell open a little. She knew that it would not be correct for a respectable child of select seminary to say that she did not adore her father, could not imagine being even so much as fond of him. I scarcely ever see him. In fact, she did her very best to avoid being left alone in his company for more than a few minutes. It was not a proper feeling for a daughter, perhaps, and it was clearly not something that Sarah would understand. Ermengarde was indeed greatly embarrassed. She should not be embarrassed. He is always in the library reading things. There was a wealth of information in that sentence if Sarah had been inclined to decipher it, but she was too preoccupied with her own feelings. I love mine more than all the world 10 times over. That is what my pain is. He has gone away. She put her head quietly down on her little huddled up knees and sat very still for a few minutes. Ermengarde had an idea that if she had been like any other little girl, Sarah might have suddenly burst out sobbing and crying. But she did not. Her short black locks tumbled about her ears and she sat still. Then she spoke without lifting her head. I promised him I'd bear it, and I will. You have to bear things. Papa is a soldier, and think what soldiers bear. If there was a war, he would have to bear marching and thirstiness and perhaps deep wounds, and he would never say a word, one word. Ermengarde could only gaze at Sarah, but she felt that she was beginning to adore her. She was so wonderful and different from anybody else. Presently, Sarah lifted her face and shook her black locks with a queer little smile. If I go on talking and talking, I shall bear it better. You shan't forget. You don't forget, but you bear it better. I will talk to you as much as you like if it helps you. Yes, I think Sarah coming. Quick, step inside and don't let her see us. But why? Shh. Lavinia took hold of her friend's shoulders and pushed her back against the wall. Wait a moment. There, she's gone. Why are we avoiding Sarah? Ever since she's got that letter, it's been nothing but India this and India that. If I have to say that word again, if I have to hear her say that word again, I'm afraid the hair will fly right off my head. I like her stories. Do you know her father has faced down a tiger? He shot the one whose skin Sarah has in her room. That's why she likes it so. She lies on it and strokes its head and talks to it if it were a cat. That is something disgusting. If it were a cat, it would have been one that he had killed. What next? Will she drown Tybalt and then have her stuffed for a pillow? I don't think it's the same thing. Sarah says the tiger was attacking an outpost and he had to shoot it. Sarah tells stories, you know that. Well, I think her father sounds very interesting, and so does India. It's a filthy, disgusting place, rank with foul humours, and don't you forget it. Little miss. Come along now. All right. Lavinia led and Jessie followed. Right. We need belief and vigour and knowledge. We'll try again. Hang on, that might... No, let's try again. Yay! 3 knowledge! I mean, you know, not the particularly needed knowledge, but hey, if we're gonna get it, let's get the most. Yay! Belief! Yay! Vigor and belief! This one likes us this time. Yay! More vigor and some patience. Yay! Vigor! Awesome! Perfect. Okay. I mean, we still need more belief, but hey, that's a pretty good run. Ermengarde, what do you have there? A new book? The plump girl sighed, showing none of the delights Sarah would have found in such a possession. My father sent it to me to be enriching. I don't see how books have made me any richer so far. May I see it? She took the volume from Ermengarde's hand and examined the gold lettering on the cover. Poème antique by Le Comte de Lille. A book of French poetry. Sarah's excitement. This is online! Oh, I turned off the notifications that I didn't want, so we should no longer have the looking for groups and the random adding spam. But we will have people that I like. Or that I've added as, like, featured friends when they come online. Sarah's excitement only deepened the other girl's dismay. Would you like me to read it with you? I'm certain that if... What's this? Oh, Sarah, you have a new book, French poetry, very improving. As long as it isn't one of those shocking new decadent poems, a proper lady should not read such works. I'm sure it's nothing of the sort. What would you know about it? I was speaking to Sarah. Actually, the book belongs to Ermengarde. What? Don't be silly, she can't even read it. Ermengarde grabbed the book. It's mine. She turned and walked away. You ought not tease her so. I didn't say anything that isn't true. What good is a book of French poetry to someone like her? Such a waste. You'll probably never even open it. She should have simply given it to you. Admit it, you know that I'm right. You may be right, but if it was a gift from her father, I'm sure she will treasure it. Not every girl is devoted to her father as you seem to be, Sarah Crewe. Okay. Okay, last chance of the Jessie event. I think I'm just focusing on Ermengarde and Mariette. So we've got 10 patients. Or should we do sympathy? Let's do sympathy, because that seems easier to get. Sarah sat at her desk unmoving, a pen held poised between her fingers in preparation for the words that had not yet come. You are studying that paper very intently, mademoiselle. Are there secrets written upon it? There's a kindly teasing over the still blank page, but Sarah considered the question seriously. Not that I can read, and I haven't written any of my own, not yet. It'd be an interesting sort of magic to write words on paper that only some people could see, but it might be even more interesting if you could read words that hadn't been written yet. But then I suppose if you could read them first, you wouldn't be the one that was writing them. That was a sound, Sarah had learned, of polite acknowledgement without understanding. I'm preparing to write a letter to my papa, you see. I want it to be just right, so I keep turning the words over and over again in my head. I don't want to send him a page full of blots and scratchings if I change my mind. I'm sure he would love any letter from you, even if it were nothing but scribblings. Yes, I suppose he would. Still, I want to do my best. Sarah thought it a bit longer and asked, Have you written to your family in France, Mariette? No. Do you need paper or ink? You can use my desk when I am out. If you would like me to leave you some time without interruptions, I could. Mademoiselle, you should not worry about such things. I know how it feels to be far from the place you knew. You must miss your family very much. It is perhaps so. Then, Mademoiselle, I did not leave my family en France. I had already lost them many years ago. Sarah breathed out hard as if a sudden pang of sympathy knifed through her breast. You are an orphan? Of that I do not know. Seeing the concern on her mistress's face, Mariette was compelled to explain herself. Jessie's online! Mademoiselle, it is very difficult for a woman in service to raise a child who cannot work with a baby in your arms. My parents left me in the care of a couple who owned a small inn in Limoges. That is where I grew up. My mother visited me as a child when she could. It was not often. Then one day I realized she would not come back. I do not know what happened. There was no word. She only did not return. I believe that she must have died. I do not think that she would have abandoned me by choice. If Sarah had been older and Mariette younger, she would have hugged and comforted her, for Sarah was a tender-hearted soul. It was more difficult in this situation to know what to do. Mariette did not seem to be greatly wounded by her loss, only wistful. Perhaps it was so long ago that with my own mother, she does not much remember her or miss her, or perhaps it is because she is an adult now and she thinks that she must be strong. Whatever the case, I think you are right. Your mother must be in heaven now watching over you. I am certain she was a kind and loving woman and that she would never forget you. Ah, how do you know this, mademoiselle? She rose from her desk and stood straight. Because you are a kind and loving person who looks after others. You are not my mother, but you are like a mother should be. So I am sure your mother was just the same. And then Mariette did something unusual. For no particular reason, she reached out and laid her hand atop Sarah's dark little head. It felt warm. Merci, mademoiselle. Mariette, are you... Oh, I'm very sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. It's quite all right. Are you reading? Wait, that book, I've seen it before. It's the same familiar copy of Poème Antique. Your friend Ermengarde, Saint Jean made a gift of it to me. She thought I might appreciate a volume de poésie français to feel more at home. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't think of it. Would you like me to buy you more books in French? I don't mind. No, mademoiselle, I am content. But it was a very kindly thought of Ermengarde. For such a young girl to notice and think of a maid, one who was not in her employ, many would not. Ermengarde is very nice. I did not even consider Mariette. I wanted that book for myself, but Ermengarde has seen the person who would benefit from it most. Right, so not so much needing with a knowledge. We could do with some sympathy again. So write in diary. Let's do that twice. That's pretty good. Let's try that. Yes. Oh. Now we've got epic amounts of sympathy. don't need that much artistry. We don't need that much artistry. Okay, but now we've got a decent amount of stuff. Okay. Sarah was resting in her room with a book when there came a quiet knock on the door. Sarah, Mama. What is it, Lottie? Have you come for tea? Mariette promised us there would be a special treat. Apricot sandwiches. Ooh. That sounds nice. Apricot. What if that will be like a jam or actual slices of apricot? Oh yes. No. Sarah, Mama, you like school, don't you? I don't know. It wasn't something she had previously spent a great deal of time deciding. After all, whether I like it or not, I am here now. I don't think I could say that I don't like it. Everyone is kind to me and my rooms are pleasant. No, I meant school, with books and numbers and remembering things. Oh yes, I like books very much. Could you help me with my lessons? Because it's hard to pay attention and then Miss Minkin scolds me. I don't like it when she says my name like that. Miss Lee. I don't like it. But you make everything interesting. Of course I'll help you with your schoolwork, but you still have to learn it. All right. Okay, so Jessie has expired. Fine, that's fair enough. So 7 knowledge. Or Ermengarde. We've got 10 patients. Let's do that one. This time it was Sarah who was curled up near a window when Ermengarde found her. Sarah, I wanted to ask you something if you're not busy. Sarah raised her head and smiled. Only Ermengarde would realise that I might be busy when I'm sitting and thinking. You can always ask me things. She paused, then added, I can't always answer, though. I might not know. Well, is it true that Miss Minkin has you treated with visitors just so that you can speak French for them? Oh, well, I don't know if that is the only reason. I often do not say very much, and she still keeps me there for the rest of it. Some of the visitors are not very interested in French at all. Some of them prefer poetry or want to tell me how they themselves saw India once upon a time. But sometimes, yes, Miss Minchin has guests that speak French and wishes for me to converse with them. You can really speak it then, not just a few words or a sentence you memorize. Ermengarde's respectful tone made Sarah feel a bit off balance. She tucked up her feet and sat with her hands clasped around her knees. I can speak it because I've heard it all my life. You could speak it too if you had always heard it. No, I couldn't. I could never speak it. Why not? Ermengarde shook her head so that the pigtails wobbled. You've heard me before. I'm always like that. I just can't say the words. They're so queer. I dare say that little French girls think the same thing about English if they try to learn the language for the first time. But if you have heard it as a child... I did. My father, he speaks 7 languages, or maybe 8, I forgot. I forget everything. I always have. My father never forgets. He has libraries with thousands of volumes in them, and he knows every one of them by heart. He says that when I was very young, he used to speak to me in different languages every day because they hoped that I would learn them all, but it only made me cry. My nurse made him stop because she was afraid that he would confuse me so much that I would give up on talking altogether. And I heard it from her that he says I am a severe trial because he is so very clever and I am notably and unmistakably dull. I'm the monumental dunce at the school. I can't speak French, I can't recite poems without flubbing the words, my handwriting is too big and lumpy, I can't calculate quickly, I can't keep my king straight, I'm not good at anything. But you are clever, aren't you, Sarah? The question was asked with a touch of awe in her voice. It made Sarah feel slightly odd to be the subject of such open admiration. Sarah looked out of the window into the dingy square where the sparrows were hopping and twittering on the wet iron railings and the sooty branches of the trees, and reflected a few moments. But I've often said that I am clever, but am I? And if I am, then how did I come to be that way? I don't know, I can't tell. I think that you are. I think that you're wonderful. Ermengarde did not know why a lump came into her throat and her eyes felt as if tears were in them. Jessie and Lavinia are best friends. I wish we could be best friends. You're clever and I'm the stupidest child in the school, but I do so like you. I'm glad of that. It makes you thankful when you are liked. She stood up from the window and took Ermengarde's hands in hers. Yes, we will be friends, the very best of friends. And I'll tell you what else. A sudden gleam lit her face. I can help you with your French lessons. You can try. Girls, gather round if you please. As the weather is particularly pleasant today, we'll be taking carriages to the park for extended riding lessons. Please dress accordingly. Oh, thank goodness, it's been too long. I have never greatly cared for horses. It is fashionable and a lady should know at least the basics, but it is simply not comfortable. Do you ride, Sarah? I would not truly say that I ride, but I have met horses and been in the saddle once or twice. Well, I'm sure you'll learn. You learn everything after all. I do try. I like riding. I wish you'd go further in the park, though. It is more pleasant to be on horseback in the countryside. Oh, I agree. It's much lovelier. Imagine being on horseback, galloping across the wild moors, long hair streaming behind you like a warrior queen of old. Riding astride like some Horden. Even Boadicea rode in a chariot. Boadicea. Not very good at pronouncing that one. I think I should like a chariot. Just then their discussions were interrupted by the sound of a wailing child. Hello, Lottie. Miss Minkin was attempting to bring little Lottie together with the older girls, much to her displeasure. I won't go! I won't! I won't! What a ridiculous noise you are making. Stop that at once. Shut! You are more than old enough to begin learning. Every student at this school is expected to. I hate horses! I won't! Oh! Flinching and covering their ears with their hair, the other girls slipped away to change into riding dresses. Only Sarah remained. If you don't behave, then you'll be whipped just as a horse would. No! To Sarah's surprise, Lottie suddenly broke free of Miss Minchin and rushed to Sarah, carrying behind her and pressing her wet face in the fabric of Sarah's dress. Is this more than just a tantrum? Miss Minchin, please could you let me speak to her alone? Dear Sarah, you are very kind, but we simply do not have time for these shenanigans. If you can make her mind swiftly, then do so, but it must be done. Shaking her head, she walked away. Lottie wiped her grubby hands across her face. Her shrieks had quietened, but her eyes were still little fountains. Lottie, are you afraid of horses? Yes. Then no wonder that you are upset. This cheerful justification startled Lottie enough to leave her frozen in mid-sniffle, mouth hanging open. Sarah nodded and continued. It is normal to be upset about things that frighten you. Only, I think it is normal to try and make yourself less frightened if you can. You wouldn't want to be afraid forever. Horses are very large, but they can also be kind and sweet. They like apples and carrots and being petted, just like cats do. Yes. I mean, weird, but in a cool way. Lottie now seemed more confused than distraught. Perhaps today you should go and just meet the horses. Then you can come back and play with Tybalt. What if Lavinia won't let me? Then we shall wait until she's not looking, and while we wait I will tell you about the horse who rescued a lost prince. She held out her hand, and after a moment Lottie took it. A new weekday activity is now available. Sarah can use her free time to help the younger students with their schoolwork by choosing the tutoring option. Yes, what does tutoring give us? Patience and knowledge. Gain knowledge equal to patience, or gain patience equal to knowledge, or gain 2 of each. Right, so that's the end of the week thing. So what are we trying to get? We want some patience. That's good. So maybe we should double up on tutoring. See if we can get some patience. Vigor and belief. What have we got? Vigor and belief. Patience, knowledge. Read a book. Okay. Write in diary, read a book. Okay, let's try that. Ha! Belief. Knowledge. Artistry. Gain artistry and knowledge. Cool. And gain... ooh, lots of sympathy. Then gain... 2 patience and 2 knowledge. I mean, not that we need the knowledge, but hey. And then gain 2... okay, cool. So we've maxed out those. We didn't need any more knowledge particularly, but hey. When Sarah came down the stairs, she found Jessie holding a most curious item. It resembled a long wooden spoon, though somewhat thicker in the shaft, with a solid round end instead of a bowl. Lacrosse stick? You don't steer a horse particularly. You guide it with pressure from your legs, but yeah, it's hard to get used to. Yeah, but it can be quite instinctual. If you try and drag it around by the reins, then all you're going to do is piss it off. But yes, I can just imagine you sitting on a regular size horse. It kind of looked like you were sitting on a pony. So it's either like a golf club or a lacrosse stick. Though I think lacrosse has a net in it. Your legs are too short to reach the brakes. You don't actually need legs to reach the brakes. Because the horse don't have brakes. You sit up straight if you want him to slow down. Preferably without yanking on the reins. Do you mean your legs are too short to reach the stirrups? But then they can be altered, so I think you're just making fun. What are you doing with that? Okay, now Leaky sent me a photo. Also rode a camel. Nice. Doesn't look ridiculous. It's quite cool. I think if you were trying to ride a pony, that would look a bit ridiculous, Leaky. You look... That looks vaguely normal in proportion. Also, a very nice horse. No, the stirrups, they can make them shorter. Well, I mean, technically you can have leg lengthening things, but yeah, I wouldn't want to do that. Yeah, I have a similar problem with short legs. But yeah, stirrups are alterable. What are you doing with that? Jessie turned the object over in her hands. Oh, Sarah, isn't it interesting? It's from India. Oh, I know. Oh, okay. Alright, I've heard there are societies for gentlemen and ladies, separate of course, where they all have wooden clubs like this and swing them to strengthen their arms. Or even throw them at each other. Isn't that quaint? Oh! Like... juggle? Oh, so kind of like, yeah, I can kind of picture. Are you sure that they throw them at each other? In India, the jugglers throw them up in the air and catch them again. Oh, I don't know. She looked at the solid wooden shape she held, then up at Miss Minchin's painted ceiling. Perhaps I ought not try that. Oh, did you try and bite the camel? I figured that would probably annoy them. I don't think camels like being ridden. Oh dear. Yeah. I always feel like my legs are disproportionately short compared to my body. Whereas my mum has like massive long legs that seem massively longer than mine, and she's only like half an inch taller. Or 1 inch taller. But yeah. Scruff's not here, so are you taking over the pun duties? Where did you get it from? Lavinia gave it to me. For a moment she cradled the club in her arms as if it was a doll. She wouldn't tell me anything about it though. She told me to take it. If I was so interested, and she would say nothing more. Jessie let the length dangle down from her hand and swung it gently back and forth. It doesn't seem like such hard work. Her eyes glinted for a moment with strange emotion. Blow. You struck a man with this. My God, we've got a budding serial killer. What? Why? It was just a foolish thought, nothing more. I was thinking of chariots and queens. We are not soldiers and have no need to defend ourselves. There are brave men for that job. Like my papa. Yes, you are lucky to have such a father. Sarah smiled, pleased to accept any compliments for her beloved papa, and thought no more of it. Okay. Alright, artistry and grace. Knowledge. Well, knowledge seems like a good idea. I don't know what you thought you heard. Mademoiselle? Yes? Her maid held out a book. It was a copy of Poème Antique which Ermengarde had gifted to her. I have finished reading this, so I thought I should offer it to you. Oh, that is very kind of you. I do have a great many books, though, and that one is yours especially, so I don't want to take it away. Mariette smiled and shook her head. I do not mean to give it away, mademoiselle. However, I think there is a poem. Oh, right, yeah. It was, but not in the context of the game. Is that what you particularly enjoy? It is called Bhagavat. Sarah's eyes widened. It is an Indian poem? It is a French poem on the subject of India. I believe the writer may have visited that place himself. As she touched the book reverently, as though a portal to faraway lands might be contained within. Then, thoughtful, she turned away and crawled up onto the bed. Will you read it to me? It is your book, after all, and I think I should like to hear it in your voice, the voice of France. France has many voices. I will read it to you if you wish, but I am not experienced in dramatic reading. I may not do it justice. It is a very long poem, and my throat will have fatigue. Then perhaps if you read only a little bit at a time, it could become something we do together every day. I would like it if you sat on my bed and read to me. I think it would be nice. All right. Aww. And so Sarah leaned her head against Mariette's shoulders and listened to the soft French voice, speaking of birds with wine-purple wings, monkeys in the vines, and sleeping yellow-bellied tigers. Oh, I wish I could see it all again. What are the most beautiful things that you ever saw in France? Did you ever visit the Opera Ballet? Oh no, that is not for me. The most beautiful sight in France, for me it would be the city of Orléans. It is not so famous as Paris, but it has much history. A city, not a chateau or a mountain. There is a statue of Jeanne d'Arc there. You would like that? It is a reminder of the power of faith and dreams. Are you very homesick, Mariette? I feel sometimes that it might be selfish of me to keep you here. Mademoiselle, you should not worry about such things. But I do worry. It was my wish to come here. I am content. You don't want to go home. Home is not a place that exists for me anymore. And in any fashion, I am happy in this position and do not wish to leave it. I would much rather be the maid of a pretty princess like yourself than work in a gentleman's house. Oh, does that mean that if I return to my papa's home, she will not accompany me? My papa is a gentleman. I do not know why she would not want to be in his house, though. It would be wonderful. Once again, Miss Minchin prepared to lead her students back from church to the safe confines of the seminary. However, it so happened that on this Sunday she caught sight of someone with whom she had business to conduct. Keep together now, girls. Form a line and wait here. Lavinia, dear, I am counting on you to maintain order. I will only be a few minutes. As Miss Minchin walked away, Lavinia raised her chin with pride. She did not notice the conversations going on around her. Look, Sarah, Mama, why is that tower so high? That is where they keep the church bells. They lift them up high so that they can be heard from far away. There is a man who lives up there, the tower keeper. It is his job to watch over the bells and keep them clean and ready to ring. He lives there. He never comes down. Sarah did not know how the tower keeper spent his days, but she had heard of wise men in India who kept vigils, and of Christian stylites who lived atop pillars. No, never. The priests bring him food and water so he never has to look down. He tends the bell and he thinks about God. Because he's so high up in the sky, sometimes if he is very lucky, the clouds part and he can almost catch a glimpse of the land beyond. The shining city and the field of lilies. At this point, Lavinia noticed the two of them standing with their necks craned back. Sarah Crewe, whatever are you doing? You're gawking like foreigners. Sarah and Lottie lowered their heads, though not in Lottie's case without protest. We were looking up at heaven where our mammas are. They live in a city with golden streets and field of lilies that everyone gathers. As they watch over us and whisper to us and they visit the man in the bell tower, Sarah told me. You wicked thing, making up fairy stories about heaven. There are much more splendid stories in Revelation. How do you know mine are fairy stories? You're lying. You didn't get that story from the Bible. Read it for yourself. Streets of gold and gates of pearl and many more things beside. Perhaps the lilies are my own invention and perhaps they aren't. But I can tell you, you will never find out whether they are or not if you're not kinder to people than you are now. What? Sarah, perhaps feeling a bit ashamed of her burst of unheavenly temper, turned her head and refused to respond. Tell her. Okay, so we need now we need more knowledge. Okay, so let's be fair. I think we're probably good with that. Yeah, we've got knowledge. Don't need more artistry. Yes, we got some vigor. Awesome. Awesome. There we go. Decent amount of knowledge there. 6 knowledge. There we go. We've almost maxed everything out. Sarah had been out in town buying a new book, and as she rose in the comfortable carriage back to Miss Minchin's school, her mind was filling up with stories and histories. Quite unconsciously, she descended the carriage steps with the grace of a queen, looking much grander than she might have imagined if she were the sort of girl to think about in great detail how she looked. As Sarah crossed the pavement, she caught sight of a dingy little figure down on the servants' area steps, a girl with a smudged face peering up at her with wide eyes. Something in the eagerness and timidity of that smudgy face made Sarah look back, and when she looked, she smiled, because it was her way to smile at people. The eyes went even wider, as if afraid that she ought not have been caught looking at a pupil of importance. The maid, if that's what she was, turned and scurried back into the kitchen, vanishing as quickly as a reversed jack-in-the-box. Poor little forlorn thing. I wonder who she is. Okay, so week 15. So let's play Amagard. And what week we're on now. Sarah and Amagard walked through the halls of Miss Minchin's together hand in hand. Dancing lessons. She sighed noisily, her shoulders rising and falling. I wish that being hopeless at books meant I was good at something else instead. My father wouldn't be happy if I were only good at dancing, but at least Miss Minchin wouldn't look at me so disapprovingly. But it is only something else for me to fail at. I feel so heavy and graceless compared to the other girls. She is heavier than the other girls, but she isn't graceless. I think you move very well. You are always in time to the music. Lavinia isn't. But I don't look right when I move my arms, and the dance master always frowns at me. Jessie is the best of us. She looks like a flower in the breeze, like a gloriosa lily because its petals are long and red and wavy like her hair. They tell us we should try and move like a field of celandine. I never feel like a celandine. I know what a celandine looks like, and I am not one. What does a celandine look like? I'm looking up celandine. Celandine. Oh, okay. It's like a buttercup. It's yellow. It has little petals. Looks fun. Right, hang on. Say you will, say you would, say you'll do what I don't. Say it's true, say to me, c'est la vie. Bewitched, jeez. Remember the words. Don't know what's got to do with Celandine, but yeah. Bewitched, exactly. Blame it on the weatherman. No, c'est la vie, not Celandine. C'est la vie means it's the life. That's the life. Something like that. Oh dear. They reached Sarah's room and took seats upon the bed. Is this a celandine? I don't think we had them in India. Oh, a little yellow fire. That's the lesser celandine. They're not very tall, but the flowers are very bright with lots of yellow petals like this. She held up her hands, curling her fingers around. They come up early in the spring. They grow in great bunches in the woods, all over the ground, mostly leaves, but with little bright dots of flowers. The other kind is taller. Their flowers are yellow too, bright yellow, but they only have 4 petals. I may have seen those, I'm not sure. What flowers grow wild in India? Oh, many kinds. Tall spikes covered with purple orchids that nod down. Flowers with pink petals, pink as lips, that grow straight up from the ground with no stems. I don't know all their names. I wish you could have brought some with you. If I picked flowers in India before I left, they would have died and fallen apart on the ship. Ermengarde hung her head. I'm sorry, it was a stupid idea. She could have brought you flowers to see as well. Perhaps someday I will learn to draw and paint with watercolours. Then I can make pictures of flowers so that I could bring them to show you. Can you draw? I don't know. She held out hands in front of her, examining the stubby fingers and their short, blunt nails. I wouldn't expect that I can. Your hands are so delicate, Sarah. That's the way a lady's hands should be. Sarah pressed her palm against Ermengarde's. Her fingers seemed almost the same length, but more narrow. Well, Emily's fingers are much rounder and shorter than yours, and she is still a lady. Your hands are stronger than mine. I'm sure there are many things your hands can do that mine can't. But you can do everything. Sarah's eyes took on a mischievous glint. Only magic can do everything. Imagine what I could do with this school if I really could do everything. The weather was warm and fine, the skies of London unusually clear. As such, Miss Minkin decided that the proper Sunday outing for her girls was a long walk through parks and gardens. Keep up! Keep together! A lady's health is an important accomplishment. Oh, look at the little chibis! This reminds me of the dragon one, but it's a different developer. But with the little chibis. Look at the little chibis! They're just so cute. While the temperature outside was not so great in itself, the ceaseless beating of sunlight upon little heads slowly made their Sunday dresses a difficult burden to bear. This is abominable. My complexion will be ruined. I may have to wait till my father and complain. She adjusted the position of the parasol on her shoulder and sighed. No proper young lady should be forced to drudge about on foot like this. Is this not why we have horses? Miss Minkin said that the horses should have a day of rest on Sunday. As if a horse would know or care what day it is. I deserve a carriage. It is due of my rank. Lavinia was not the only girl complaining about the walk. Ah, Mama, I'm tired. Everyone is tired. Sarah, Mum, won't you carry me? You have to walk for yourself. You're too big for me to carry for long. Besides, it would be undignified. Our Sarah may be many things, but she is not a horse. Perhaps you should ask Ermengarde. Lavinia! But I see I was only pointed out that she seems to be handling the walk better than Lottie is. Sarah looked at her friend. True, though Ermengarde's cheeks were flushed as anyone else's, she appeared to be walking steadily along without slowing or complaining. She tired and hot? Yes. I always feel tired and hot when we walk back from church, so I'm used to it. This walk is so much longer. It all seems the same to me. Ermengarde has great endurance. It is a virtue. A soldier must be able to have great endurance and be able to carry on through much more difficult circumstances than this. A soldier might have to walk miles in the sun in uniform and carry a heavy pack besides, and be ready to fight when he arrived. Our lives are so much easier, but we must be good soldiers as best we can. If Ermengarde can bear it, then I can bear it. If Jessie can bear it, then I shall have to bear it. What's that supposed to mean? What did you mean? Think. I don't want to bear it. I want someone to carry me. You have legs. Use them, same as we are. I don't wanna. No one is going to carry you, so if you don't walk, you'll be left here all alone. And then it will get dark, and the tigers will come up and eat you up. There aren't any tigers in London. You ought not make things up like that. Well, she likes it when Sarah makes things up. Sarah spoke quickly to head off the threat of Lottie deciding to cry and fuss. We will have tea later in my room, and I will tell you stories. But first we must return to the school, which means we must walk. Lottie sighed and carried on. Right. So now we need artistry. Okay. And grace. Okay. Artistry and grace. Except that we should do that like there. Maybe that. That has artistry and grace. Read a book. Try that. No, we don't need patience, so. Go for a walk. Okay, let's try that. Okay, belief and vigor. Knowledge. Okay. Double or vigor. double or vigor. Okay, we're getting a lot of vigor apparently. Ooh, a lot of grace. Yes. Right. We didn't get any artistry at all. But that's okay. The greatest power Sarah possessed was her power of telling stories and of making everything she talked about seem like a story, whether it was one or not. It was that power which Lavinia and certain other girls were most envious of, and at the same time most fascinated by in spite of themselves. And it was in service of that power that so many of Miss Minkins' students had gathered in Sarah's jewel box room, seating themselves on chairs or cushions or rugs to listen. The princess sat on the white rocks beside the lagoon with a shining white lily in her hands. And as she turned it this way and that, she watched its reflection dance across the water below. The water of the lagoon lay still, crystal clear and green as glass, but the princess could only see her flower in the reflection and never herself. So she looked and she looked until at last she saw a face in the water. Not her face, but the face of a merman. Sarah went on to tell of the courtship between the princess and the merman prince, and the girls who listened sighed sweetly and leaned their cheeks against their hands or each other. As they listened, the door to the room swung silently open, and that same dirty figure Sarah had glimpsed before crept into the room carrying a heavy coal box. The maid was cleaner than she'd been on that day, but seemed just as frightened. She hunched by the fire, afraid to even look at the other children, or appear to be listening. She put pieces of coal cautiously with her fingers so that she might make no disturbing noise, and she swept about the fire irons very softly. But Sarah saw that she was doing her work slowly in the hope of catching a word here and there, and realizing this, she raised her voice and spoke more clearly. The princess took her seat in the great clear bubble carriage, and a team of 6 seahorses pulled her into the ocean, their harnesses woven with pearls. Down into the sea they dove. At first the water grew dark and the princess was afraid, but then, far below, fluttering and rippling through the depths, there shone a light. The small drudge before the grate swept the hearth once and then swept it again, and then finally forgot to play at sweeping at all. The brush hung idly from her fingers as Sarah described the winding grottos beneath the sea, paved with silver sand and lit by glowing sea stars. It was the choirs of mermaids singing that provoked her undoing. The forgotten brush slipped from her fingers to clatter against the hearth and drew Lavinia's attention. "What? That girl has been listening!" The culprit snatched up her brush and scrambled to her feet. She grabbed the coal box and simply scuttled out of the room like a frightened insect fleeing for cover. "I knew she was listening. Why shouldn't she?" "She isn't one of us, Sarah. It isn't proper to talk with servants. Unless they are upper servants like your Mariette, that's all right." "I wasn't talking with her. I was telling a story." "I don't know whether your papa would like you to tell stories to servant girls, but I know my papa wouldn't like me to do it." "My papa, I don't believe he would mind in the least. He knows that stories belong to everyone." "Nothing belongs to everyone. If it did, they'd all have to fight over it." "It's not pie!" "Someone having a bit of story doesn't mean that you have less story. It's not pie. It's like human rights. Just because someone else is entitled to them doesn't mean you don't have any. It's not pie." That was a great explanation. Only loyal Ermengarde took Sarah's side. "I think Sarah should tell stories to whomever she wants to tell them. You wouldn't think it was wrong if she told stories to Tybalt, would you?" "I should think it was rather odd if she were telling stories to a cat." "Please, Sarah, Mama, finish the story." Sarah looked at the room full of eager upturned faces. No one wished to follow and harass the fleeing maid, but no one wished to go and invite her back again either. She would continue her fairy story, but she would not forget. Okay, so we've not yet reached week 15. I don't know how long this is. Always takes longer because I'm reading everything. I mean, there is something for completing all of Act 1. I don't know how many acts there are, but we'll try and complete Act 1 today. What I am going to do now is drop a save. Oh, we're in week 12. That answers that question. I need to go to the bathroom, so we're going to have a quick tea break. I'd say talk among yourselves, but I think everyone's just been listening to stories, so, feel free to just hydrate, stretch, and I will be back in a few minutes. And I'm back. Right. Okay, so we are in week 12. No idea how long the game is, but hey, we may as well continue with Ermengarde's events until we unlock the Mariette one. And then we'll need to get some knowledge, sympathy, and artistry in the next lot of thingamajiggies. Sarah! Oh, Sarah, look what I have! Ermengarde knocked rapidly on Sarah's door with one hand, while the other pinned her treasures against her chest. When Sarah opened the door, she was surprised to see her friend clinging with such enthusiasm to what appeared to be a pair of books. Certainly books would be worthy of Sarah's excitement, but in Ermengarde's hands they seemed more commonly to be useless weights tying her down. Your father sent you something else? Oh no, these aren't from my father. May I come in? Yes. She held out her arm in elegant invitation, a hostess in miniature. I'll have Mariette fetch us some tea and cakes. Oh, no cake for me, please. She ducked her head as she walked into Sarah's room, then again to nod hello to Mariette. It's just that my mother is always sending me hampers of sweets, even if I don't want them. I'd rather have bread and butter, if that's okay. Of course it is. Getting fresh bread delivered tomorrow. I will return shortly, mademoiselle. Sarah pulled out a chair for Ermengarde, who was still cradling her burden. Are those books something your mother sent, then? No, these are from my mother's sister. My Aunt Eliza, she lives in the countryside. She never married, so she inherited my mother's parents' property, and she lives there alone, except when she visits my mother. My father doesn't like her very much, because she doesn't agree with him about Irish home rule, and he wasn't... Oh, you mean I could have been doing an Irish accent for her the entire time? Very badly, of course, but... never mind. And she wasn't very clever at school either. He thinks she's a bad influence. I like her. I wish she was always visiting. When I go home, my father is always asking me things like, when did Edward III ascend the throne, and who died of a surfeit of lampreys? And then my mother says, dear me, Ermengarde, you are very fat in size. Aunt Eliza takes me riding and talks about the hunt and Rover and Skipper, her dogs, and her gardens. She sent me these. Ermengarde laid out the 2 volumes for Sarah's eyes. No, there was only one cloth-bound volume. The other, though a similar size and shape, was in fact a pair of wooden blocks wrapped around with leather straps. It is for flower pressing. You press the flowers tight between the wooden blocks and squeeze out all the water inside them. You put a sheet of paper inside, sometimes the petals will colour it like a print. When the flowers are dry and flat, you can frame them or stick them to the pages of a book with some egg white. See, she sent some pansies for a start. Ermengarde spread open the pages of her book, and Sarah bent her dark head to take a closer look. You can still see all the little veins in the petals. If you dry them when you press them, then they don't shrivel up. What a charming hobby. Your aunt is very wise. It's good to know that Ermengarde does have a relative she's fond of. If you'd had a flower press when you were in India, then you could have saved some of the flowers. When I go back there after I finish school, I will have to press flowers and mail them to you. Go back? It had not occurred to Ermengarde until this moment that Sarah saw her life in England as nothing but a temporary sojourn. Yes, I must return to my papa. I miss him dreadfully. Then I will never see you again. Oh. Sarah, as well, had entirely considered the consequences of developing friendships at Miss Minkins and then returning to her home so many hundreds of miles away. It was one thing to think of those whom she loved and missed, but another consider that she herself would be missed. Missed quite strongly if the look in Ermengarde's eyes was anything to judge by. Well, once I'm an adult, I'll be able to travel if I please. I see no reason why I couldn't come back to England once in a while. She reached over and touched Ermengarde's hand. If you are waiting for me here, then I will always come back. Ermengarde breathed out a sigh of relief. It would be dreadful if you were gone forever. At that moment, Mariette arrived at last with the tea, and Ermengarde's flower book had to be carefully set aside. I used to press flowers. When I was a kid, I had a little flower press with, I had like tissue paper inside. And then, yeah, you basically used 2 blocks of wood and you screwed it down to press them, but I was never very diligent. And I don't have any of my pressed flowers anymore. It is very cool. Looking at the hearth in her room, Sarah was reminded of the little servant she had seen before. In truth, she had looked for the girl earlier, but had been unable to spot such a person anywhere in the school. If not for the disagreement with her listeners, Sarah might have thought she had imagined her. Sarah understood that it would cause a disruption if she barged into the kitchen to ask questions. She only had one bridge to rely on. Mariette, who is the little girl who makes the fires? Ah, mademoiselle, you might well ask that poor little one. She has just recently been taken on as a scullery maid, though scullery is the least of it. She is sent to do every task which no one else wants. She blacks the boots and the grates. She carries the coals, scuttles up and down stairs. She scrubs the floor and the windows. I think she has not had enough to eat for years. She is older than a height would tell, and so timid. If I try and speak to her, her little eyes look to pop right out of her head. What is her name? I hear often enough, Becky do this, Becky do that. Everyone below stairs orders her about. Becky. If life were a story, Becky might be the ill-used heroine, and perhaps the fairy godmother might come to her rescue. You have a kind heart, mademoiselle. Your papa would be proud. Now stand up straight, let me have a look at you. All right? Just as I thought, you are growing taller. I am? Sarah looked down at herself. I don't feel any different. How much have I changed since I've been here? You are that age after all. I will have to alter a few things. How tall will I grow before I see my papa again? Okay, knowledge. We need knowledge. So let's grab that. Knowledge and artistry. Sympathy. Okay, let's try that. That's a good start. It's a very good start. That's a really good one. Except we have no artistry. Oh, and we suddenly got a lot of patience, which you don't actually need. Right, okay. Well, we got knowledge and sympathy. A lot of patience that we didn't need. Okay, we should have maybe just gone for reading books. Sarah, come see. A number of students were joined to the sound of Ermengarde's excitement. It was not often that a girl would call for such attention in her bedroom, particularly not quiet Miss St. John. What is it? Look through the window at that tree outside. Can you see it? From the door to the room, Lavinia smirked. I should hope she could see the tree outside, or else she needs eyeglasses. Hush. What do you want me to see, Ermengarde? There's a nest in the branches there, and there are eggs in it. Soon there will be baby birds. That's darling, isn't it? Babies? Yeah. Must everyone come into my room? If you do not wish to attract attention in the future, do not bellow. Where are the babies? They're inside the eggs, Lottie. There will be baby birds sometime in the future. Can babies birds see inside eggs? I don't know. No, I think they're asleep. Wouldn't it be wonderful for you to have a bird for your pet? You could feed it from your hand and it would sing to you. Baby birds are not wonderful. They're horrible pink-skinned monsters with no eyes. Disgusting. Monsters? No, they aren't very pretty when they're born, but they change as they grow up. A lot of things do. Soon little birds are covered with fuzz all over. Fuzzy chicks are adorable. But then they grow up and learn to fly. Even if I tried to keep a bird as a pet, it would probably fly away. There are people in India who kept parrots as pets, not even in cages. They can be trained to ride on someone's shoulder. My papa knew a man who gave his bride to be a parrot that he's taught to recite love poetry to her. How romantic. Don't think a bird is a very romantic gift. If she didn't want a pet, what if I pulled her hair? Hi, Subterfuge! Thanks for the lurk. Hope everyone is enjoying story time. I'm just going to have a little hydrate. I'm really enjoying this story today, so hopefully everyone else is too. Lavinia reached out and tugged at a strand of Jessie's long red hair. Quack! My beloved is mine, and I am hers. She feedeth among the lilies. Quack! Thanks, Subterfuge. Stop that. She swatted Lavinia's hand away. Are you going to take one of the eggs out of the nest to raise it? Oh no, that wouldn't be right. Little birds need their parents to survive. Elderberry and peach. Jessie combed her hair back into place with her fingers. At least until their parents shove them out the nest. Birds do that, don't they? Do they, Sarah Mamma? Only when it's time for the young ones to learn to fly. After all, they can't stay eggs forever. Right, so still not week 15, so let's do Ermengarde. Sarah, would you like to go for a walk? It is a lovely day. Excuse me. Well, no, it is not a lovely day, but it's close to pleasant a day as we are likely to have in London, and nice girls always say it is lovely if they wish to go out. And I wish to go out with you, if that's all right. Ermengarde's fingers flicked and fidgeted at the side of her skirt. Sarah caught her hand and clasped it. We will make it a lovely day then, because you and I will be part of it. It was a pleasant day for London, clouded enough not to be overly warm, but without the blankets of fog and foul air that sometimes developed in city streets. If we are fortunate, we might see some dragoons on patrol in the park. You like to watch the soldiers? Her eyes warmed with remembrance. The uniforms are so bright. The red and gold makes any man look handsome, even if he has whiskers like a walrus. And the horses have high necks and beautiful glossy coats. They're full of energy. It makes me feel good somehow to see them and think that they and I are in the same world and owe our loyalty to the same queen. Yes, that is how I felt sometimes when I saw Papa drill with his regiment, that I am proud to be a part of the British Empire. Oh. Ermengarde's heart was lightened by the thought that one of her strange feelings was something that she shared with her idol. Encouraged, she continued. Sometimes I think that, well, if I were a boy, I might like to be a soldier, and I could go on adventures in faraway places like your papa, India, or even Africa. If I were in the cavalry, I would have a fine red uniform and a shining helmet and sword, and I would get to ride all the time on a black charger. I wouldn't feel so big and awkward all the time, then I could feel strong. I think it might be nice to protect my people, to protect my country. Sarah was caught up in that vision. Perhaps you might perform an act of great heroism to save lives at the risk of your own, and then be knighted by the hand of Queen Victoria. Ermengarde hid her face behind her hands. No, I don't think that would ever happen. Don't tease. I'm not teasing you. I think you would make a very good hero. You are kind, and that is the most important trait that a hero needs. But do you really wish that you were a boy? Oh, I don't know. Not really. Besides, if I were a boy and a soldier, my father would still be disappointed in me. How sad it is to forever feel that your father is not proud of you. Sarah? Yes? The next time that I go visit my family, will you come with me? I'd like to be able to show you parts of England that aren't London. Maybe we could even go and see my Aunt Eliza. The countryside is so much nicer than even the parks here. We could go through the woods and look for berries and mushrooms and... She reined herself in. You don't have to, only if you wanted. Sarah stopped in place. She turned to Ermengarde and placed her hands on his shoulders to make sure that her friend was looking. I would love to go to the countryside with you. She let go of Ermengarde, then laughed, a gay, bright sound that made the other girl smile to hear it. To come all this way to England and then to see nothing but Miss Minchin's school, surely that would not be right. Oh, Sarah, it would be lovely, truly lovely. Not lovely because it is the polite thing to say. Only, do you have any old clothes? For if we to hunt in the woods or lie in the grass, you might not want to wear your best frocks. I'm not sure. I have some dresses that are nicer than others, but nothing that is truly old. I could buy more clothes, but then they would be new. Mariette says that I'm growing a great deal right now, though, and that soon I will not fit into some of my frocks, so I suppose that I will have old clothes then. You could borrow mine if you wanted. If you outgrow something, then it might not fit you at all, but if I outgrow something, then for you it might be fine. Thank you. She kissed Ermengarde on the cheek. You see, you are very kind. Ermengarde put her fingers against the soft curve of her cheek, where Sarah's lips had touched, and smiled. Aww! Girls, gather round if you please. Today I've arranged a special outing for your edification. We'll be attending the British Museum of Natural History. Natural? Does that mean plants? Ugh, I hope not. There's nothing edifying about plants. It could be interesting to attend a museum of plants with people who know all about them and can tell all their stories. You mean gardeners? Maybe we'll get to play in a garden. Quiet now, form up, let's go. Natural History Museum. Where the dinosaurs are. Dinosaurs, see? They're cute chippies. It's gonna eat me. It can't eat you, Lottie. It's not a real dinosaur. It's a former dinosaur. It's dead. It's gonna fall on me. I don't think it will fall. It really is rather interesting. It's an amazing fine. It's disturbing. It's a monster. It's marvellous. Jessie shivered and took Lottie's hand in hers. Come on, let's find something to look at that isn't dead. I think that everything in the museum, maybe. Oh, but look at the walls. They are rather pretty walls. You'll look at the exhibits with me, won't you, Sarah? Yes, of course. Are you coming, Lavinia? No, I want to look at this one a while longer. Lavinia likes the dinosaurs. I like that. The one redeeming quality of Lavinia. I'll catch up with the two of you in a few minutes. Two? You are here, aren't you? Right. Sarah wondered. If this was the first time that Lavinia had ever preferred Ermengarde's company to Jessie's. Right, okay, so... Oh, I need bigger now. Okay, knowledge and artistry. Okay, so we'll leave that one in there for there, I guess. Okay, so let's prep this dance at the end because we could potentially double. Let's do that there. Try that. We don't so much need that, so... We don't really need sympathy either. We really need figure. Okay, let's just try that. Okay. Okay. Figure is really hard. No! Nothing! No! No! It hates us! No figure whatsoever! Hopefully we don't need vigor. Sarah was awoken from her sleep by the sound of knocking. Ah? Que passe-t-il? It's alright, I'll get the door. Lottie? Sarah, Mama! The younger girl clung to Sarah. I had a bad dream and the monster was gonna eat me, and I woke up and it was dark and I thought I saw something. Bones. There were bones in my room. Monster bones. Shh. It's all right. Mariette, where are my slippers? The maid brought the fluffy white shoes for Sarah to slip her feet into. I will walk you back to your room and show you that it's safe. They went into the hallway together, two little girls in the dark. You're not mad I woke you up. Well, I want to sleep, but you want to sleep too, and if you're too afraid you can't sleep, but if I help you, then we both can. Lottie blinked her eyes a few times, but said nothing. There we are, see? No bones, just a tree's shadow. Right. She paused at the door. Sarah, Mama? I didn't really think there were bones in my room. I mean, I thought it, but I didn't truly believe that it was true. I knew that it wasn't. I just wanted to feel better. I'm sorry. Sarah nodded slowly. Sometimes when you pretend things, even though you know behind the doors in your mind they're not quite real, they still feel as if they were. It isn't wrong to believe in what you pretend. Lottie smiled. I pretend that I'm going to have good dreams. That's a very nice thing to pretend. I believe I will too. With that, she returned to her bed. Oh God, we need more belief, and we're going to use belief. Balls! What we need... Yeah, let's just do the Ermengarde one. When Ermengarde went looking for Sarah, she found her curled up in the window seat reading a book. Now Sarah had confided in Ermengarde some time earlier how much she disliked being interrupted when she was deeply absorbed in a fictional world. People who are fond of books know the feeling of irritation which sweeps over them at such a moment. The temptation to be unreasonable and snappish is not one easy to manage. Sarah had described it thus. It makes me feel as if someone had hit me, and as if I want to hit back. Ermengarde took one look at that intent little face and could not bear the thought of causing it such distress. Therefore, instead of calling for attention, she simply took a seat nearby and waited. Because she had few friends among the students of Miss Minchin's select seminary, Ermengarde was not entirely a stranger to being left alone with her own thoughts. For the most part, she diligently tried to turn that extra time to revision, thumbing through pages of her lesson books in the hope that their wisdom would be imprinted upon her. In recent weeks, however, the distraction of Sarah, her stories, and the time that they spent together kept turning Ermengarde's attempt at studying into something more like daydreams. This did not help her lessons, but it did not seem to do them much harm either. Ermengarde glumly considered that was because she was already as much of a failure as it was possible to be. Eventually, Sarah looked up from her book and noticed her friend nearby. Oh, Ermengarde, I'm sorry. Were you looking for me? I didn't want to disturb you. It's all right now. She laid a ribbon bookmark across the pages and closed her book. What were you thinking about? Ermengarde found that she could simply not answer you, even if it was perhaps the truth. I was thinking about that museum we went to. Do you remember the guides at the flying dragon skeleton? The pterodactyl was found by a woman. Sarah nodded. Mary Anning. I forgot her name. You remember the important part. Pterodactyl. She blushed and covered her mouth, ashamed at correcting Sarah in anything, but Sarah only nodded and indicated that she should go on. The woman who found them wasn't even a lady, he said. She never went to a grand school. But she learned all about creatures by walking up and down the beach in Dorset and finding their bones. I thought if we were planning trips around England that perhaps we could go to the seaside. We could find seashells even if we don't find any fossils. Yes. And now the book was set aside on the window seat as Sarah's imagination drew her to her feet. There are cliffs along the coast in Dorset, aren't there? And where there are cliffs there might be caves, and where there are caves there might be dwarves or trolls or pirate treasure. Oh, don't. Ermengarde clapped her hand over her ears. You get me all confused in between what's real and what isn't. Well, until we've been there, we don't know what's real. There certainly have been real pirates, like Captain Strangeways or Isaac Gulliver, the king of smugglers. And it is possible that they might have left buried treasure in a cave somewhere. One of Sarah's books has included a history of wars, pirates, and weather-related sailing disasters around the English Channel. She was somewhat glad to have read it after her sea voyage than before. Drinking horses online. Whoa. Everything's bright and making my eyes feel glary. We can't know whether we will find a treasure or not until we have looked for one, and then we will know it and not be confused. You know, I think you don't actually have so much trouble in remembering when you have seen or done something yourself. It's only books you can't remember. No, I forget things all the time. But you remember all sorts of things about flowers, forests, birds, and horses. You told me about 2 different kinds of celandine and about your aunt's dogs and her flower pressing hobby. You remember where fossils came from. You remember things that matter to you. Perhaps there's only books you can't remember. But books are what should matter, at least to my father and Miss Minchin and you. Sarah laid her hand on Ermengarde's shoulder. I love books. They matter a great deal to me, but people matter more. Whee! We got an achievement! Complete Ermengarde's Act 1 events. Mademoiselle, hold your arms out like so, if you please. Sarah extended her arms, letting them drift into ballet second position. Now over your head so I can see the fabric stretch. Mariette was making the final adjustments to Sarah's new pink dancing frock, after pointing out that Sarah's change in height meant her old ones no longer fit just so. Touch there, just there. Take it off again, if you please, and I'll have it done before your next lesson. Sarah wriggled free of the soft fabric and handed it over. Such a beautiful colour, and the skirt is so light. Dancing in that, I should feel like a pink butterfly floating on the breeze, or a fairy princess with wings like rose petals. Roses? That is what it means. A wreath of roses for your head. I will find some Buddhas, a florist. The mental picture of herself decked out in a pink dancing frock with a crown of flowers was so delightful that Sarah laughed aloud. Sometimes life is so beautiful. I wonder if I've pretended it into being. Mademoiselle does have a very good imagination. No, it is the magic. The magic shapes our lives and makes everything wonderful. Sarah's heart was lighter than a feather. Okay, God, we need lots of stuff. Okay, we need knowledge. Knowledge and belief, okay. Figure and belief. Try that. Knowledge. Patience, okay. Sympathy. Okay. We have no vigor, so that doesn't help. No belief. No vigor. Knowledge is lacking. Sarah's rooms at Miss Minchin's ceremony were not like the rooms of ordinary pupils who are meant to be satisfied with simple necessities. There were pictures and books and curious things from India. There was a sofa and the low, soft chair. Emily sat in a chair of her own with the air of a presiding goddess, and there was always a glowing fire and a polished grate. Because the room was such a nice, bright, pretty place, the little scullery maid known as Becky liked to save it until the end of her afternoon's work. If luck was with her, she could snatch a few minutes to sit alone in the soft chair and look around, thinking about the wonderful good fortune of the child who owns such surroundings. On this afternoon, when she had sat down, the sensation of relief to her short aching legs had been so wonderful and delightful that it seemed to soothe her whole body, and the glow of warmth and comfort from the fire had crept over her like a spell. Her hard-working young body was tired past the limits of endurance. As she looked at the red coals, a tired, slow smile stole over her smudged face. Her head nodded forward without her being aware of it, and her eyelids drooped. Thus it was that Sarah returned to her rooms, her mind full of song and dance, that she found an empty coal box on her floor, and a maid so deeply asleep that she might have been an enchanted princess. Oh, that poor thing! Becky looked like nothing like the illustrations of a sleeping beauty. Her gown was half stained, her face smeared with soot, and a poor little kerchief hung half off her head. Even her face beneath the dirt was a plain one. She only looked like an ugly, stunted, worn-out little scullery drudge. But Sarah was not cross to find such a figure in her own favourite chair. The ill-used heroine of the story. Now at last I can talk to her when she wakes. She crept closer to the chair, walking quietly on raised feet, and stood there looking at her. I wish she'd waken herself. I don't wish to waken her, but Miss Minkin would be cross if she finds out. I'll just wait a few minutes. She took a seat on the edge of the table and sat swinging her slim legs. If Miss Minkin came looking for Becky, she was sure to be scolded. She is so tired, so tired. At that moment, Sarah's indecision was interrupted by a popping sound from the fire. A piece of flaming coal had broken and shifted. Becky did not realise at first that she had fallen asleep. She only remembered sitting down for a moment in the gentle glow, and now here she found herself staring in wild alarm at the wonderful pupil who sat perched quite near her, like a fairy. Becky sprang to her feet, clutching at her kerchief to set it right. Oh, miss, hang on, alright. Miss, I ask your pardon? Oh, I do, miss. Sarah put her dainty feet on the floor and stood. Don't be frightened, it doesn't matter in the least. I didn't go to do it, miss. It was the warm fire and me's been so tired. I weren't impertinence. Sarah broke into a friendly little laugh. You were tired, you could not help it. You're not really awake yet. Ain't you angry, miss? Aren't you going to tell the missus? Of course I'm not. I know I shouldn't have done. I shouldn't have touched your things, miss. Sarah shook her head. Why, we are just the same. I'm only a little girl like you. It's just an accident that I am not you and you are not me. An accident, miss? Have you done your work? Dare you stay here a few minutes? Here, miss, me? If your bedrooms are finished, perhaps you might stay a tiny while. I thought you perhaps might like a piece of cake. Cake? Me? Yes, of course. The next 10 minutes seemed to Becky like some sort of fever dream. The show pupil opened a cupboard and produced a thick slice of cake, all for her, and actually seemed enthusiastic about watching Becky eat it. Oh, I was looking back for my Instagram because I posted some pictures, and I found the chocolate orange cake that they serve at the Welcome Trust canteen, and I really wish I knew like a recipe for it, because it is seriously the most amazing cake. It's kind of like a really big Jaffa cake, and that's probably how I'd describe it. Like an orange sponge with like orangey, not marmalade, but more like jam in it, and then like a chocolate ganache. Oh, it was the best. Kind of miss it. It's working at the Welcome Trust as well. It was a good thing. Yeah, I'm sorry, Leaky, but yeah, they were talking about cake, so I had to mention this cake. It is amazing cake. Amazing cake. Okay, I'm done. In between bites, Sarah managed to get a few answers to a few questions. Oh wait, a few weeks ago you were watching me through the area railing, weren't you? Yes, miss. Once I saw a princess. I was standing in the street with a crowd outside Covent Garden, watching the swells go into opera, and there was one everyone stared at most. I says to each other, that's the princess. She was a grown-up young lady, but she was all pink and lace all over, and flowers and all, and as pretty as anything. Asked what you looked like, miss, that day. You look like her. I've often thought that I should like to be a princess. I wonder what it feels like. I believe I will begin pretending I am one. Ain't you all ready? From elsewhere in the school, there was a sound of a door slamming. Oh, miss, I've got to go. Someday when you have more time, I can finish that story you were listening to. I'm always putting new bits to it in my head. Oh, miss, if you'd do that, I wouldn't mind how the coal boxes were, or what cook done to me, or if you might have that to think of. She bobbed a little awkward curtsy, grabbing for her kerchief when it slipped again, and then hurried from the room. Yay! I unlocked Becky. Sympathy. We don't have enough belief, so we'll do Becky. We run out of Ermengarde. Sarah came upon the little maid hard at work in the school corridors. Becky. Oh, miss? So startled she was at being addressed that she fumbled the bucket of sooty brushes she carried, nearly dropping them. Sarah rushed forward to grab the handle and prevent a spill. Miss, you oughtn't you'd make up your nice dress, you will. It's all right, I'm being careful. Please, miss, you shouldn't, that's not right. Well, you are the expert, of course, so I shall leave things in your hands. Expert? Aren't you? I'm sure you're good at your work. No, is it put that way, miss? Mariette says that everyone below stairs takes advantage of you and asks you to do many things. They ought to thank you and tell you that you're doing a good job. Becky looked so baffled at the idea of being thanked for her labours that Sarah could not let the matter rest. Is Miss Minchin very unkind to you? Shouldn't say nothing about the miss. Sarah looked up and down the hall, listening. No one is about anywhere. Come into my rooms if you feel safer that way. Oh, I shouldn't, miss. That's my first job, miss. First job in a real house like her. It's hard work, but at night I've got my own room and my own bed. Never had that at a workhouse, miss. You didn't have a bed? Room's full of beds, miss, but more full of girls. Have boys squeezers. That's good in the winters and keeps you warm. Sarah did not lack for imagination, but she did not simply have the frame of reference to picture a workhouse dormitory with its rows of narrow beds crammed together. The smallest sleeping quarters she had ever seen were those on board the ship which brought Sarah and her papa to England. Yeah, sometimes it gets really spooky up top with the wind, but it's still my room, so it's not bad. After Mrs. ain't giving me this job, I don't know what I'd do. She's grateful for so little. Listen, are you done with your chores for a while? Would you like to come and have cake again? Oh, miss, I'd like that, but there's other rooms to do still on the curtains, and she looked absolutely crestfallen at the idea of abandoning the cake, but still determined not to give up on her duties. Such unrewarded diligence. Miss Minchin does not deserve her. It's all right. I promise I will keep the cake and wait for you. You can come by whenever you're finished for the day. Even if it's evening, miss, as I'll leap and cook a sour today. If you work late, then you need a treat even more, don't you? I'll stop getting in your way now. I don't want to get you in trouble for talking to me. I will see you later when you can, I promise. Thank you, miss. Sarah was sitting all curled up in the lovely soft chair by the fire, that same chair in which she had found Becky asleep not so long ago. Her stocking feet were folded up beneath her, her elbows on the chair arm and her chin in her hands. If I were a princess, a real princess, I could go among the populace in a grand coach and scatter largesse. Everyone who is tired and poor and hungry, I could make their lives better. That's what a princess ought to do. Even if I only am a pretend princess, I can still invent little things to do for people. She thought back to Becky's amazed delight at being warmed and fed. It took so little to make a difference to her. She was just as happy as if it had been largesse. From now on, I pretend that to do things that people like is like scattering largesse. Then I can truly be a princess. The thought swelled up inside her, making her head feel quite light. Before she knew it, Sarah was sitting up straight in her chair, her arms at her sides and her feet hanging down, just like a little princess on her throne. Right, okie dokes, we need belief. So, and we get belief. Right, okay. Belief. Go write in diary. We'll have a tea party. Play with toys. Practice dance. Let's try that. May not work. No, we get patience. We don't need patience! Oh my god. RNG hates us today. Oh, but that one works. Got a belief and a vigor. Woo! Whew, okay, got another belief in a figure. Okay, cool. And then if we get the double... Nope, we still get another vigor. That's good. Okay, that's fine. We needed more, but hey, it's a start. We did not need patience. Mademoiselle, there is a letter for you. A letter from Papa! She took the paper in her hands, not without the faintest twinge of dismay. She was glad, beyond glad, to have a word from her beloved Papa, and yet such a letter made her realise that she had not much thought about him for days and days. Papa would be glad that I had found so many things to fill my days. I shouldn't feel upset. Banishing guilt, she drew out the letter and began to absorb its contents. My dear little missus. The letter was far more filling than the earlier missive from Bombay. He told her of many things he had seen and done, and how people that she had met in India were getting on, and it was all quite agreeable. And then the most exciting news. A friend of mine from my schoolboy days came to visit me here in India, quite unexpectedly, to let me know of a piece of good fortune. He owns a large tract of land, too large to have seen every detail of it himself, but recently has made a remarkable discovery, a deposit of diamonds. He is now engaged in developing the mines to bring out those diamonds, and if all goes as he most confidently expects, he will be possessed of such wealth as makes one dizzy to think of. And because we were fond of each other in our school days, he thought of your old Papa and offered me the opportunity to share in this enormous fortune by becoming a partner in his scheme. Diamonds? What is that? Is your father sending you a gift? You are too young to wear diamonds in English fashion. Diamond mines? Sarah's mind was filled with the images from the Arabian Nights. Deep caverns beneath the earth, sparkling stones studded into the walls and ceilings, dark-eyed dwarves digging them free with heavy picks, heaps of discarded treasure shimmering with enchantments. Enchantment? Can such marvellous things really be true? It was all too much to put into words. She handed the letter to Mariette to read and then picked up Emily from her chair. Have you ever seen a diamond cavern, Emily? Have any of our fairy friends been there? Perhaps they could say hello to my Papa for us. She hugged the doll to herself, eyes glimmering crystal bright. Soon, someday, we will see them together, my Papa and I. Okay. Oh no! Everyone needs belief! Okay, well, we're just going to have to play Becky's a minute. Becky leaned back in the soft, comfortable chair and listened as Sarah spun a story for her. This tale involved a king who had 2 daughters but no sons, and he was under a terrible curse that only a hero who travelled the Witch's Road could lift. Each daughter swore to do her best to save her father, and thus they each outfitted themselves and went on their separate journeys. The elder had hair of gold, and she wore bright silver armour and carried a thin-bladed sword with a hilt like a bell. The younger had hair of midnight and wore a dress of soft flowing blue. She carried no weapon other than her words and her kind heart. Becky was so entranced by Sarah's voice that she forgot for minutes at a time to keep eating the slice of cake that she had been handed. The elder princess chose the fiercest horse in the royal stables and galloped along the Witch's Road at great speed until she came to a metal bridge over the river. When the horse's hooves pounded onto the metal, they made such a clang. The horse was startled, and the eldest daughter was flung from her saddle. The youngest princess did not want to tire her favourite pony by making him carry her, so she walked down the Witch's Road holding his reins. They went much more slowly, but at last they reached the bridge. Her gentle pony didn't want to touch the metal bridge, but he trusted the youngest daughter, and she soothed and petted him, and together they crossed the river. As Sarah's story continued, the kind younger daughter encountered a monster which terrified her and required her bolder sister's approach to chase it away. Clang? What are we clanging at? Eventually, the 2 princesses learned to work together and progressed to the end of the road. And there, inside the twisted brambles of the witch's hut, they found their father. Was the curse broken? I was cursed, he said, because I had no sons to rule after me. I built this road myself as a test. But now the 2 of you have learned your strength, and I know that you can rule together. Oh? Becky folded her hands under her chin and let out a fond sigh. I could 2 princesses really rule a kingdom, miss? I don't see why not. Our queen was a princess once. I guess it's so. All of a sudden she sat bolt upright in the chair. Blimey the time. Sorry, miss. It's all right. I suppose you ought to go. Becky looked dolefully at the thick slice of cake still half uneaten that sat before her. Can I take it with me, miss? I've got me pocket hair, you see. Tied beneath Becky's apron was a stained old cloth pouch, the surviving half a discarded pair of pockets from some old lady's wardrobe. Sarah did, not imagine that any cake held in such a pocket would be pleasant to eat afterwards, but scolded herself that it was not her decision to make. Of course you can. Thank you, miss. She happily tipped the plate into her pocket. I can eat this later up at the attic, miss. I gotta eat careful, because if I leave crumbs, the rats will come out to get 'em. Rats? Are there rats there? Lots of them, miss. There's mostly rats and mice in the attics. You get used to the noise they make scuttling about. I've got so I don't mind, so long as you don't run on my pillow. Oh, and gets used to anything after a bit. You have to, miss, if you're born like that. I'd rather have rats than cockroaches. Oh, so would I. I think I might manage to make friends with a rat in time, but I don't believe I should like to make friends with a cockroach. Friends? They are creatures, just like cats and dogs. They could be friendly. I think Becky needs that food more than the rats do, but I wonder if the rats are hungry too. Perhaps if there are any crumbs in your pockets, you should shake it out somewhere away from the beds, so that if the rats come out to eat, they won't bother you. Ah, it's clever, miss. Perhaps I'll try it. Right. Belief. We need belief. Ah. Oh dear. Had Sarah's father invested in any other business venture, it would have held little attraction for the rest of the students. Diamond mines, however, captured the imagination, and the girls could not stop whispering. They knew little about the details of mining in faraway lands, but fairy tales they understood, especially with a teller such as Sarah among them. Tell me the part about dogs again, Sarah, Mama. Deep underground, beyond the passage with the lamps, there were 4 doorways, and each led to a different kind of treasure: copper, silver, gold, and diamond. The first was a room of copper. Copper lanterns hung from the ceilings, and copper pots lined the walls, and over the floor was spread a blanket of copper coins. But the guardian of this room was a dog with copper eyes as big as saucers, and a mouth full of rough-edged copper teeth. This is from Arabian Nights. Not everyone was quite so caught up in wonder. It's a silly fancy, just like everything else, Sarah says. I don't believe such things as diamond mines actually exist. Well, people have to get them from somewhere. Of course they find diamonds in the earth, but one at a time, surely, not whole mines filled with diamonds. Do you know what a diamond ring costs? Not even a big one. If there were mines full of diamonds, people would be so rich it was ridiculous. Perhaps Sarah will be so rich that she will be ridiculous. She's ridiculous enough already. Lavinia, do you hate her? No, I do not, but I don't believe her. Conversation died as Miss Minkin walked into the main hall. I think there's a tiny little fly on my TV, but it's walking in such a way that it's kind of like I've got something stuck on my contact lens. It's just freaking me out a little bit. That's where I was randomly just staring at the screen. Girls, gather round, please. I have an announcement to make. We have some very exciting news regarding a parent of one of our pupils. Starting from today, Sarah Crew will be leading the procession whenever we leave the school grounds. You will look to her as your example. Lavinia could only stare, her mouth agape, her eyes not quite as big as saucers. Looks like Miss Minky believes in the diamond mines. How dare she? Lavinia clenched her fingers against the fabric of her dress and forced a tight smile on her face. She walked up to take her new place in line. It appears that I will now be walking behind you, Sarah. Oh, it wasn't my idea. Wasn't it, though? She said nothing more. Right. We really need belief! Okay. So lots of writing in our diary. Yes! 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 Haha! I'm happy with a bit of vigour. Yeah. I think that's reasonable. I mean, it's not 8, but 6 belief is pretty good. As long as Becky doesn't require belief. Sarah found Ermengarde in the main hall, wiping tears from her eyes. What is it? Is something wrong? Oh, Sarah, do you remember the nest of eggs we saw in the tree a while ago? Oh, did they hatch? Yes, 2 weeks ago, but it's dreadful. What's dreadful? Tybalt, Miss Minky's cat, he got out and climbed the tree and killed the babies. Oh no. They were too young to fly. They couldn't fly away. I don't know if he got them all, but those poor little things. Sarah's sorrow was more for Ermengarde's disappointment than for the birds. She had only ever seen them as eggs in a distant nest, never as living creatures, and expected them to fledge and be gone before her thoughts returned to them. But Ermengarde had spotted the nest from her own window, had clearly returned to that window time and time again to watch over them, had imagined herself the companionship they might have shared as pets. Ermengarde had made the baby birds a part of her life without disturbing their freedom, and for her it was a true loss. It's not Tybalt's fault. It's not Tybalt's fault. He's just a cat. Cats bite sometimes. I didn't... She wiped a hand over her wet face. I didn't say I was angry at Tybalt. People can be sad when bad things happen without having to blame anyone for them. Sometimes it isn't anyone's fault. So you won't hit Tybalt? It's not. Why would you think that I... Because I heard the cook say that if Tybalt got into the kitchen and ate her chicken again, then she'd have him drowned. So I thought you might think like that too. Ermengarde blinked at Lottie, too confused to be upset. She really said she'd drown him? I'm sure she was joking. Cook does have a temper. Cook's not very nice to Becky. Cook's not nice to anyone. We don't know that. She might have friends or family somewhere. She's probably nice to them. Sarah didn't think it was right to condemn a woman she barely knew, even though if everything she'd heard from Becky and Mariette was less than flattering. She's probably nice to Miss Minkian. Miss Minkian loves that cat, though. She'd be very angry if anything happened to him. There you see, Lottie. Cook wouldn't hurt Tybalt. No one's going to hurt him. Sarah hugged Ermengarde close. I'm sorry about your birds. Why don't you both come up to my room for a while? As Sarah led her friends away, prepared to pamper them and distract them from their worries like the perfect hostess. Right. Oh, patience and grace. We've got that. We need more belief for next time, though. Sarah picked up her doll and smiled at her. You are looking a trifle tired today, Emily. You must have been very busy while I was out of the room. She gave the doll's curls a careful brushing, then tucked her into her own little cradle bed, arranging her hands to lie over the fabric cover. I think you'll feel better after a nap. I am hoping that Becky will come visit today, but we'll try to be quiet so we don't disturb you. With the air of an expectant hostess, Sarah moved around the room, running hands over shelves and turning cushions to be just so. The room was already perfectly neat, of course. Sarah was not an untidy child by nature, and anything she might have disarranged since Becky's last visit would have been set straight by Mariette. Still, it seemed the sort of thing the princess ought to do. Looking your best shows that you care about your visitors. Having reassured herself that everything was just so, she settled at her desk with a sheet of sums to work for the classroom. Oh gosh, £2, 12 shillings, 8 1/4 pence, plus £1, 14 shillings, 5 1/4 pence is... This is why we invented the decimal system. That's 2 farthings, 8 and 5 pence makes 1 shilling and 1 pen. Oh gosh. Addition and subtraction were simple tasks, but the complications of British currency were such that they needed to be practiced over and over again, to be certain that one did not forget. Becky's arrival was even more delightful when it meant putting those repetitive worksheets away. Becky! Come in, please sit down. She lowered her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Emily is resting today, so we must be calm and quiet for her sake. That's all right, miss, I'm tired too today. I've made a wonderful discovery to share with you. I was out in the shops looking in windows for things that might fit neatly into your pocket and not fall into crumbs. Look. With a proud smile, she produced a tray of 3 little meat pies, sealed up tight with glazed crusts. Becky's eyes quite sparkled. Oh, miss, be nice and filling. As filling as the best. Sponge cake's an heavenly thing, but I melts away like. If you understand, miss, these'll just stay in your stomach. I don't believe it would be a good thing if a pie stayed in your stomach for always. A line of thinking led somewhere indelicate, so she quickly abandoned it. I do hope that will be satisfying. I wish you had told me before about the cake. I could have brought something else before that. Beef sandwiches, perhaps, or rolls and bologna sausage. All that for me, miss? Why not? Of course, I like to share food with you. I like to see you enjoy yourself. All the girls here ever enjoy cook's meals half so much. But I never might have guessed you wanted something other than cake. Why didn't you tell me? Oh, please, miss, no one's ever been so kind to me before. Not even your mum. How could I ask you for more? How could I? Were you afraid that if you asked me for something and I said no, that I would be angry with you? Yes, no, miss, but you've done so many nice things for me, and if I still weren't happy, that'd be right sour me, you see. You wouldn't want someone sour. Oh, Becky, you are never sour. Not one bit. We are friends, you and I. Friends, miss? Of course we are, and friend isn't upset when a friend asks for something, even if she might have to say no. Could have done this for you soon if you hadn't kept it a secret what you wanted. Let's promise never to keep secrets from each other ever again. She held out a hand to seal the pack. Becky started to reach for it and then hesitated. Never at all, miss. What if there are some secrets that are nice, like surprises? Oh, I didn't think of that. You are very clever. Becky smiled in nervous agreement. I will make a better promise then. Let's promise to always trust each other if we need help, all right? All right. They clasped hands. The scullery maid's palm was rough and calloused, but her fingers curled sweetly around Sarah's. Good. Okay, I'm just gonna take a save. I think Miss Meanie there is gonna do something. Lavinia strolled through the halls, Tybalt clasped to her bosom, crooning little songs to him, and paying no attention to any fur that might be shed onto her dress. So she has two redeeming features. She likes the cat and she loves dinosaurs. She's been carrying that cat around all day. Got to think about your betters, Ermagand. I better be careful. Bad little birds who squawk and squeal at gobbled up whole. Lavinia threw back her head and laughed. Tybalt stood in her grasp, yowling faintly. Shh, my prince. Yes, you are a good kitty. Shh. That's what cats do, you know. They eat the weak. The sound of her humming marked a passage as she moved out of sight. I think she hit that cat on the birds on purpose. I'm sure she wouldn't do that. You heard what she said. She was laughing at me. Doesn't mean she... No, I won't believe her. She said what she said to taunt you, and that was very unkind of her, but she isn't a wicked person. Not really. It'd be wrong to accuse her of something so dreadful. You're too charitable. Lavinia's horrid. I know you're always kind, and I'm glad that you are, but she doesn't deserve it. It isn't so much about what she deserves. Kindness isn't something you should have to earn. Truth. A princess should always be kind, whether it's to a noble or a peasant or a witch. Sometimes being kind to a wicked witch is the only way to break her spell. To make a friend. I wish Lavinia would be kind to others. So do I. Okay, right. Belief. Some knowledge. We need belief. So. Belief. Patience. A little bit of belief. We just need two of them. At least two of them, please. Okay. Please, one more belief. Yes! Haha! Cool, we can do Mariette's. Final week? Oh no! Okay, I hope this is Mariette's last one, otherwise... oh well, I mean, you know, we try. Okay. But hey, that means we've reached the end, I guess. Possibly? I don't know. Sarah, may I come in? Of course. Maybe a foolish question, but do you know where Lavinia has gone? Is she not in her room? No. I don't know where she is. Perhaps she went out to have an ice. She must have gone somewhere, but she didn't tell me that she was going. I feel like in the past week she's spoken more to Tybalt than to me. She's obsessed with that cat. She's even taking it into her room to sleep with. Supposed to be her best friend, and... Jessie looked down, hugging her arms around herself. Sometimes when you're feeling sad, it's easier to talk to someone who can't talk back. Someone will just listen. She looked over at the dolls displayed in pride of place. Emily is a very good listener. You think Lavinia has trouble she isn't telling me about? Don't know. You know her better than I do. I would turn myself into a cat if I could, if that would make her happy. It doesn't usually go well in stories when a princess is turned into a cat. It means she's under a curse. Oh, I'm no princess. You could be if you wanted to. Anyone can be a princess if they're willing to work hard at it. It's only pretend. I think princesses who live in castles are a kind of pretend too, because we pretend that they're different than we are because of where they were born. You're a queer sort of girl sometimes, Sarah Crew. Maybe you're the one who was born different. Okay. Oh no, it says week 23. It just said final week. Oh, I'm very confused. Anyway, let's play Mariette's event. Sarah sat in the chair while Mariette ran the brush over her head in slow, even strokes. It was a soothing feeling being fussed over, and Sarah enjoyed it in quiet contentment. Everything likes to be petted and brushed. Cats like it, horses like it, so of course people like it too. How sad it must be for the wild beasts never to be brushed, never to be pampered and petted and loved. It's not never. All mothers groom their babies, don't they? But then they grow up and are alone. Yet. Oui, mademoiselle? When I first came to this school, I was not entirely certain that I could be happy here. I thought I might have to always be brave. But now I've made myself to be happy. I still miss my papa dreadfully, but I have books to read and friends to play with. I have Emily and Lottie to take care of, and you to take care of me. I'm like Emily. I'm very like Emily for you, am I not? You dress me and tend to me just the same. Mariette chuckled to herself and rested her fingertips on Sarah's head. A charming and clever little doll. It would not be polite to nod and move her head when her hair was being arranged, so Sarah could only hum a bit in her throat to agree. Emily will always be a doll, but I will not always be a little girl. Someday, I hope it won't be up too long, someday my schooling will be finished. Will you leave me then, when I am not a little girl? Ah, mademoiselle, when you are not a little girl, you will be a lady, and when you are a lady, you will still require a lady's maid. A lady is in need of trusted hands to style her hair and mend her dresses, and to lace her corsets if this is the style she prefers. A lady is in need of someone with an eye for fashion, to show her off in the current mood, to trim her hats and choose her jewels. A lady sounds like a very large sort of doll. As long as you need me, I will be here. Even if I return to my papa's house in India? You said before that you did not wish to live in a gentleman's house. Ah, mademoiselle, what I meant was more that I was pleased to be your servant than a gentleman's. Servant? I do not think of you as a servant nor as a mother either. I think that you are my friend. Mademoiselle, you are very kind. Will you still be my friend in India? You should not worry so, my petite princess. You will give yourself wrinkles. Oh dear. Don't laugh. That also crinkles your face. Ah, worst advice. Always laugh. Crinkles are nothing to be unproud of. She tapped Sarah's nose with a finger. No smiling, still face, still face. I can't keep it still when you're making me giggle. Mariette clicked her tongue disapprovingly. Perhaps I'm no good, then I shall have to be more gloomy. You are very good, and I am the most fortunate of girls to have you with me. As long as you have need of me, I will be by your side. She sat down the brush. There, do you see your hair is gleaming? Yes. Before Mariette could turn away, Sarah reached out and touched her arm. Will you read to me again? Oui, mademoiselle. Yay! Okay, Mariette. Complete Mariette's Act 1 events. The sound of angry voices drew Sarah into the hallway. You've been touching my things, haven't you? No, miss, I ain't. Didn't you clean my rooms? Yes, miss. Then you touched my belongings, didn't you? No, please, your pardon, miss, I didn't. Let her be. Sarah found herself feeling quite cross with Lavinia. Lavinia's moods had been mercurial for some time, but to take them out on Becky, who could not defend herself, it was too much. Of course she's been in your room to clean them. She may have moved something to dust it. That's not doing anything wrong, and you've no reason to scold her. No reason. If she moves my books so that I cannot find them and knocks items off my table and puts her filthy fingers on my underclothes. The impertinence of it if she had any right to handle a young lady's possessions. Please, miss, I'm sorry. But Lavinia's eyes were on Sarah now. Perhaps you're the reason she can't keep her hands to herself. Don't think I haven't noticed. Notice what? That girl spending extra time in your rooms. What have you been teaching her in there, hidden away? Telling stories again? What would Miss Minkin think of that? I have given Becky extra duties. It wasn't entirely a falsehood, Sarah told herself. She had requested that Becky stay and speak with her, and a request from a student was something like a duty for a servant. If you told Miss Minkin, she would wonder why you were interfering. You already have a personal maid. Is every servant in the school meant to be at your beck and call? There are many things I need done, and it's your concern. You think you're very special, don't you? You might have a surprise coming for you yet. Lavinia whirled around, passing through the door to her room and slamming it behind her with much force. Oh, miss, I didn't mean to cause... You didn't cause anything, Becky. Whatever's wrong with Lavinia, it isn't your fault. Okay, so that was not the final... Okay, so what do we need? We need belief. We always need belief. With anything but artistry and sympathy, really. Yeah, let's do a lot of writing in our diary. Okay, belief. Patience. Okay. Don't need artistry! Oh, really? Any more patience? Okay, fine. Where is that girl? Where is she? Lavinia, what are you doing? Where's your little pet, Sarah? Look what she's done now. Lavinia held up a pair of shredded stockings. Ruined! Completely ruined, and she did it out of spite. Where's that girl? She ought to be whipped. I'll have her... You will not. What did you say? You've been letting Tybalt sleep in your rooms. He got at your stockings, not Becky. That's claw-marked. And you can't blame him either because he's just a cat, and that's what cats do. You stupid fat-faced fool. Girls! Lavinia's enraged tones had attracted extra attention. Lavinia, I am surprised at you shrieking and carrying on like a fishwife. What a way to behave. You ought to follow Sarah's example. Sarah is always a model student. You could learn a great deal from her. Lavinia's head jerked as if she'd been struck a blow. The ruined stockings drifted, forgotten from her numb hands. Yes, Miss Minchin. Okay, so we don't have enough belief to do a Lottie event, so we should probably skip. Well, we have to skip because it's not week 23 yet. Also, I've totally just noticed that the top left says which week number it is. I'm an idiot. I don't know how long Act 1 is. As little Lottie walked past the classroom, which should by rights be empty at such time, she heard a most curious sound. The noise was faint enough that most ears might have overlooked it, but even in its quietness it was a sound in which Lottie was intimately familiar. It was the sound of a girl crying. So it was that Lottie, who had never before been known for her sympathy, paddled into the classroom and found, seated on the floor with arms hugging her knees and eyes streaming with tears, Lavinia Herbert. What's the matter? Go away. Lottie herself enjoyed being fussed over far too much to imagine that anyone else might truly mean it when she demanded to be left alone. Lottie came closer and laid her plump little hand on Lavinia's shoulder, petting the older girl as teachers had petted her. There. Don't touch me. She lashed out arm and elbow, striking the smaller child full force and knocking her away. Caught off balance, Lottie twisted and fell hard upon her knees, skidding slightly on the floor as she landed. Lavinia's tears had been quiet. Lottie's were anything but. Sarah was at that time in another room entirely, curled up in a window seat and enjoying a recently acquired book. Between one word and another, her concentration was disrupted by the sound of distant howling. For all the stories she told of heaven, Sarah would be the first to admit that she herself was not an angel. She felt obligated to leave her book and look after her adopted child. She was not pleased about it. Thus, when she stomped into the classroom and found Lottie on the ground nursing her reddened knee, and Lavinia standing over her, Sarah herself felt quite snappish and unreasonable. Stop this minute, you crybaby! Stop this minute! I'm not a crybaby, I'm not, you are! You nasty spoilt little thing, I should like to slap you! Sarah whirled on Lavinia, who appeared to be the root cause of the disruption of her reading, and whose face was quite dry now. Well, I should like to slap you. Immediately ashamed, she struggled to restrain herself. But I don't want to slap you. No, I do want to slap you. I should like to slap you, but I won't, because we are not little gutter children. We are both old enough to know better. Ah, yes, your Royal Highness. We are princesses, I believe. At least one of us is. It stung. It stung more bitterly than either of them expected for Sarah to hear her beloved fancy mocked in such a tone. She felt the blood rush up into her face and tingle in her ears. But she stopped herself. Princess did not fly into rages. It's true, sometimes I do pretend I'm a princess. I pretend I'm a princess so that I can try and behave like one. Dear me, how grand. I hope when you ascend the throne that you won't forget us. I won't. You think you're the only one who's special. You're wrong. You just wait, Sarah Crewe, you'll see. Lavinia left the room, her neck stiff, her head high. Sarah, Mama, she... Hush, Lottie. It's all right, never mind. Come sit in the window seat with me and I'll whisper a story to you. Well, wait, tell me about the diamond mines again. Of course. Okay, so we still want belief, grace, knowledge, vigour. Let's try that. Yay, belief. Tell me, orangey. It's almost a waste. Mademoiselle, there is a letter for you. Oh, another letter from Papa. It does not seem so long at all since his last letter. A longer wait might make me feel more lonely, neglected, or risk him fading from my thoughts, but this is just right. I wonder if he's explored the diamond caves yet. My dear little missus. Apologies, I caught sneeze. Well, I caught the mic before I caught sneeze. The letter did not seem to be written in such boyish high spirits as usual. He was not very well, and evidently overweighted by the business connected with the diamond mines. You see, little Sarah, your daddy is not a businessman after all, and figures and documents bother him. He does not really understand them, and this all seems so enormous. It gives me a splitting headache even to consider these matters. Perhaps I am the one who should be away at school again, learning how to manage things. Ah, if I was not feverish, I should not be awake through one half of each night tossing about and spending the other half in troublesome dreams. If my little missus were here, I dare say she would give me some solemn good advice and put my mind at ease. What wouldn't I give to have your little arms around my neck this minute? God grant that these matters be soon resolved and grant me leave to return to England for a visit. A visit? Oh, Mariette, my papa might be coming for a visit. Are you sure, mademoiselle? It is a long way to travel. I do not wish you to be disappointed. Well, he doesn't promise that he can, but he does say that he would like to. She read a little further along. He's also asking about what I would want for my birthday. Wouldn't it be lovely if Papa were here for my birthday? Oui, mais je n'y crois pas trop. I know. I mustn't fasten my hopes on it, but it's a beautiful thing to believe. She looked down at the letter and smiled. Papa is asking if a doll would be an acceptable present. I told him I didn't want a lot of dolls, but he said a special doll might be a companion for Emily while I'm busy with classes. That is a pretty thought. Yes, she must be a very special doll. You see, I am getting very old, and by the time of my next birthday, I do not think I should be given dolls anymore. This will be my last doll. There is something solemn about that, don't you think? Of course, mademoiselle. If I could write poetry, I am sure a poem about the last doll would be very nice. But I cannot write poetry. I've tried, and it made me laugh. It did not sound like Watts or Coleridge or Shakespeare at all. Perhaps when you are completely too old for dolls, you will have more of a talent for poetry in exchange. Do you think it could work that way? I never know how I will change, even though I am different every day. Sarah set the letter aside and knelt to dress Emily. I should respect the last doll very much, but nothing could ever take your place. I hope you do not become jealous of each other. We could be very good friends. Just a quick look on the achievements to see if there's anything about... so there is an Act 2. We finished Act 1-ish. It seems like 35 days or something. So to figure out when we're going to end. Because I just realised what the time is. And also my voice is going a little bit. But it's such a good story. I think I should like to finish this on Thursday. I was going to do something different, but I don't... If I'm enjoying the story, I'd like to continue with it rather than not continuing. Because otherwise I won't... I'm not sure that was a good idea. That was a weird noise. Otherwise I tend to not, like, see the story as much. If I wasn't enjoying it, then I'd just... excuse me. You know, play on. Get the achievements and be done with it, but yeah. I hope you do not become jealous of each other and can be very good friends. I am sure you will. So, yeah, we're just over halfway then. Or I guess if we've not got any Act 2s, we could play the Lottie one, but I think I'm going to save my belief for week 23. Let's get to week 23 and do the Becky one. Maybe that's the end of Act 1. Sarah was seated comfortably in the classroom, gazing at the window and thinking. It was not that the seat itself was so comfortable. The long-form benches of the schoolroom were chosen for function and ease of use, for gently cushioning the tender bottoms of schoolgirls. Excuse me. Sarah's own cosy little parlour contained far more comfortable places to sit than the classroom or even the dining room at Miss Minchin's. However, sometimes the change of scenery was more conducive to clear thinking. There was something interesting about being in a classroom when all the other students had gone. Is it still a classroom if there is no class inside of it? And yet it was not long before someone else did enter that room. Someone who stood at the corner of Sarah's vision, unwilling to speak and interrupt, but nearly bouncing on her toes from excitement. Lottie? After looking outside and letting her mind wander for so long, Sarah's eyes seemed to view everything in the wrong colours. Lottie's round face was overlaid with pinks and greens. She blinked a few times to clear her vision. Lottie clapped her hands together, taking this as permission to speak. May we go and see the doll, Emily, now, and have tea? All right. Sarah led the way up the stairs, motioning Lottie behind her to stay quiet. You must be careful not to disturb her. Disturb who? We're very lucky, you might see. The door to Sarah's room stood in front of them. Sarah placed a finger over her own lips, then to Lottie's. Only after Lottie nodded did she reach for the door. And Sarah suddenly turned the handle and threw it wide open. Its opening revealed the room quite neat and quiet, a fire gently burning in the grate, and a wonderful doll sitting in a chair by it, apparently reading a book. Oh, she got back to her seat before we could see her. Of course, they always do. They're as quick as lightning. Lottie looked from Sarah to the doll and back again. Can she walk? Yes. At least I believe she can. I believe dolls can do things they will not let us know about. Perhaps, really, Emily can read and talk and walk, but she will only do it when people are out of the room. That is her secret. You see, if people knew that dolls could do things, they would make them work, so perhaps they have promised each other to keep it a secret. If you stay in the room, Emily will just sit there and stare, but if you go out, she will begin to read, perhaps, or go and look out the window. If she had heard either of us coming, she would run and jump back into her chair and pretend she had been there all the time. Lottie's eyes were magnified enormously as she took in this bewitching new concept. It's a delightful thought. However, Lottie was one of the youngest students at Miss Minchin's seminary, and had, as such, had experience in being told things by older girls that might not be entirely true. Sarah, does she really walk? Do you truly believe it? I pretend that I believe she can, and that makes it seem as if it were true. So it's not true. When you suppose things when you pretend them with great vigour, that makes them almost real. Did I accidentally hit Lottie's event rather than skip? I think I might have. Never mind. If you imagine for yourself that there are fairies in the London sky, if you stare up into the sky thinking about fairies and looking very hard for them, you might almost catch a glimpse of one. You're not sure what you saw. Was it real or wasn't it? Were you pretending? Was it a dream or a vision? Did you actually see anything at all? You know that you're pretending, so it's not terrible if you didn't see anything. But maybe, just maybe, you were right all along. Sometimes stories do come true. Do you understand? I think so. Would you like to hold Emily? Oh, may I really? She's beautiful. And Emily was put into her arms. Lottie smiled down at the doll, cradling her gently and fingering her fair curls. They must move very fast to get out of sight when we come in, mustn't they? I wonder if we could learn to move like lightning. Oh, we couldn't do it, you see, it's a kind of magic. Maybe people can have magic too. That is nice to pretend. But whether we have magic or not, we can certainly have tea. Yeah, I think I definitely didn't hit skip. It's the whole slightly lighter blue which one is actually selected bad UX that all of these visual novels have. But it's fine. We can catch up in 2 weeks, I believe. Stay together now, girls. Keep in line. It was Sunday and the girls of Miss Minchin, oh god, whatever, walked together on their way back from services. I'm fed up of saying that school name. It's a bit of a tongue twister, mouthful. The air was warm and the foggy veil of London thin enough for sunlight to pass through. It seemed a day decide to inspire rest and relaxation. In that indolent atmosphere, only Sarah heard the fruitless cough of the beggar child. She could not have said whether it was the same child as before, nor did she take her time to consider the likelihood of such. She moved without thinking, her coin purse in hand. Here is a sixpence. Go and buy yourself some fruit and something to drink. After passing on her bounty, Sarah returned to the formation of schoolgirls, fully expecting to be scolded by Miss Minkin. Such was not to be. Did you all see that, girls? Sarah has given you a fine example of Christian generosity and kindness. Hi, Scruff. Are you back from work already? What time is it? No, I'm really enjoying this story, so I'm just reading. I'm trying to get to the end of that. We've got a couple more weeks, I think. First break. But yes, I am still live. I still have a voice. But yeah, no, I'm just enjoying it. Hopefully everyone else, well, I think, to be fair, looking at the numbers, I think everyone's just fallen asleep, which is fair enough, but hey. I'm having fun, and that's really the main thing with the stream. So, yeah, plus it's hot. It's still 27 degrees in here, so I don't really want to go to bed. Sleep is something so that I'm not a zombie at work, because my brain has to function and I've got meetings tomorrow. But hey, see. We all know the importance of these virtues, but we often find it difficult to put them into practice in our daily lives. That's our Sarah. Oh, bless Leaky. Yes, our marvellous little princess. How strange, have I changed so much in the past month that I've been here, as has Miss Minkin? Or could it be that we're both exactly as we were, and something else has changed instead? Right, so we desperately need belief. Let's just write in our diary the whole week. It's gotta give us a better odds. No poking! Don't poke melty people, else they'll get all gooey and stuck. We don't need patience! For God's sake, RNG, give me belief. That will, yeah, right, okay. Oh! We need at least 3. Oh, thank you. We need at least 3, I believe, for the thing. God damn it, we don't need that much patience. I mean, I do, but that's not the point. Thank you for having me for tea, Sarah. You know you are always welcome. Yes, but I still appreciate it. I don't think I should stop thanking you when you do nice things just because you've done them before and I've thanked you before. You are very sweet. Sarah looked at her tea. The sugar had already completely dissolved into the hot water. Its sweetness was not something that could be seen. Oh my God, Miss Minkin treats me differently. She does? I feel that she praises me every day, whether it's being quick to finish my lessons or having or something so small as having an amiable smile. You have a lovely smile, and you are so clever at your books, more than anyone. Everything she says is true. I must believe that if you say so, but I don't feel that I am more clever or amiable than I was some months ago, and I do not think she liked me so much back then. Maybe it took Miss Minkin a while to realise just how wonderful you are. But if it's in the fridge, then it's okay, right? Unless it's melted. So, oh, surprise drink. Surprise drink is always good. Ooh! And Scruff Art tomorrow. Anyone that's still in here? Scruff Art tomorrow. 8 PM UK time. Some people aren't quick as understanding things as you. It could be anything at this point, Scruff. Halfway there? Oh, mysterious girl! Peter Andre? Mysterious girl, body close to mine. Oh, dear. Sarah sighed to herself and took a sip of tea. What nice accidents had happened to me. It just always happened that I always liked lessons and books and could remember things when I learned them. It just happened that I was born that a father was beautiful and nice and clever and could give me everything I liked. Perhaps I have not really a good temper at all. If you have everything you want and everyone is kind to you, how can you help but be good-tempered? I don't know I shall ever find out whether I am really a nice child or a horrid one. Perhaps I'm a hideous child, and no one will ever know because I never have any trials. Lavinia has no trials, and she is horrid enough. Sarah rubbed the end of her little nose reflectively as she thought of the matter over. Well, perhaps that's because Lavinia is growing. Aren't we all growing? Lavinia is one of the eldest. I've heard it says that age makes girls especially disagreeable, though I don't know why. I hope that I don't have to become angry all the time only because of growing older. I'm certain that you won't. You are a kind friend. Okay, so we have enough, but we've got to wait till week 23. I think week 23 is the end of Act 1. That's what we're aiming for at this point. End of Act 1. Now, Lottie, hold on to my hands. Will you pick me up? No, not like that. Your wrists are not strong enough. Hold my hands like so. Now pick one foot up the ground and stretch it out behind you. I feel all wobbly. That's why I'm holding on to you. Press on my hands and try not to lean forward as you stretch. This feels strange. Sarah came into the room to find Jessie and Lottie engaged in some manner of dance practice. Oh, Lottie, I can see your petticoats. Sam, Mama! She let go of Jessie and rushed over to Sarah to demand a hug. Will you play with us? Play? I thought you were dancing. We weren't exactly. I had an idea and wanted to see if she could do it. But I'd be happy to dance with you, Sarah, if you would like it. Where is Lavinia? I would have expected her to be with you. Lavinia has not been herself lately. She sighed, twisting up her long, beautiful hair and then letting it fall again. Oh, Sarah, it's so difficult. I've always admired Lavinia so very much, but now... Admired? Quite unexpectedly, Lavinia swept into the room. Jessie's eyes went wide, her hands flying uselessly to cover her mouth. Yes, you admired me now, didn't you? Only now there's a little diamond girl for you to admire, isn't there? You're nothing but a useless sycophant, Jessie Abbott. Yes, I know what that word means. I know a lot of things that nobody else does. Not even your precious Princess Sarah. With a haughty tilt of her chin, she strode away. Jessie's eyes darted frantically back and forth, her cheeks taking on a lilac hue. Then without a word, she crumpled the fabric of her skirt in her hands and hurried after Lavinia. So, Mama, what's a sycophant? Sycophant is, someone who flatters an important person they don't really like. Why? I don't know. Alright, let's try again. RNG, please give me belief. Okay, that's one. Yay! Yay! Ugh. Ugh. Okay. 4. It's not too bad. Okay, fine. Right. My dear Sarah, how good it is to see you today. Thank you. As you know, your birthday will be upon us in only 2 short weeks. Yes. I am planning a grand celebration for you. We'll decorate the entire schoolroom and have a little party with activities for all the students. Then you will open your gifts with great ceremony, and after they have been seen and admired, you will proceed to a glittering feast where I will arrange some unusual treats. Is there anything particular that you would like for your special day, Sarah? Will my papa be there? What was that? I only hoped. He had written to me that he would like to be present for my birthday, and I hoped that you might have had word. I'm sorry. If Captain Crew has made such plans, he has not informed me. I was only told to have your gifts made ready for you. Oh. Now, do not lose hope, my dear. Messages travel so slowly when ocean is involved. It is possible that ships are in motion even as we speak. However, even if your father is unable to attend the festivities, I hope you will have a simply marvellous time and write to him all about it. Oh, she's being nice because she wants diamond fortune. And I have a really bad feeling. Oh my god. Both. Oh, and I totally just remembered the dessert that I was thinking of the other day that I really wanted. Okay. Triple then. It's a triple chocolate sundae from Marks and Spencer's, but they changed the recipe so it's not as nice. I mean, with triple chocolate, you might get white in there, I guess. I mean, but always both, if I give her the choice of chocolate. Oh, you have cookies. Have both! Or all! All the cookies! Now I want cookies. Yeah, she totally wants diamond money, but I have a really, really bad suspicion that her dad might die of this thing. And then she'll be an orphan, and it'll be really sad. And be penniless, and... I kind of want it to end on a happy note, so if Act 1 ends on the birthday party, that's probably where we'll go. So yes. Oh, okay, fair enough. Fair enough, but yeah. I mean, it depends on the cookies, really. Raspberry and white chocolate's always one of my favourites. But I had a really, like, caramelly one's nice. If you go toffee, if you get a really nice goo. If they're slightly warm. Sometimes I appreciate a good triple chocolate. It really depends on what mood I'm in and how much sugar I want. How much sweet I want. Never voluntarily had an oatmeal cookie though. Feels a little bit too much healthy. But yeah, I'm really feeling like she's like, oh, we're going to spoil you. I like salted caramel. Don't you get a discount with working there? Like free food? I feel like you should get some benefit. Oh, you like it? Okay, fair enough. Okay. Yes, Miss Minkin, thank you. Well, my dear, if you have no other special requests, then you may wish to return your friends. There is another gentleman I need to speak with. Thank you, good day. Upon leaving Miss Minkin's office, Sarah briefly crossed the path of a sharp-featured, dry little gentleman who wore a neatly tailored suit and eyeglasses. Ah, fair enough. Good day. He nodded at her quite as if he already knew her name and saw no need for the two of them to be introduced once again. Good day. Something about his manner seemed mildly unsettling to Sarah. Oh god, that's not a good feeling. But as he soon vanished into Miss Minkin's office, never to be seen again, she quite forgot all about him. Out of sight, Miss Minkin greeted her visitor. Ah, Mr. Barrow, here are the next set of bills for Miss Crewe's celebrations. I have it on authority that the Parisian doll is nearly complete and will be delivered next week. The strange gentleman took the papers she handed him and regarded them with a sniff. You do not think this a trifle extravagant for such a young girl's birthday? Captain Crewe expected the best for his daughter. I don't see how it is your place to judge. He ordered that your firm would pay all expenses, did he not? Yes, yes. You are very fond of the girl, then? She is my most important pupil. I see. Very well, I shall take these and add them to the receipts for disbursement when the next payments arrive. Good day to you, Miss Minkin. This is definitely not going to end well. Still not week 23 yet, so no, we don't want to play Lottie accidentally and ruin and kill our belief. There we go, new week. Sarah was playing hostess to Jessie at a tea party in her rooms, but upon this occasion Jessie's interest seemed more drawn to Sarah's French maid. Truly, the corset is no longer at the height of fashion. Not in Paris, mademoiselle. It is quite good enough for Provence. In London, the curved back and large bosom still dominates, but Paris must always be at the front of things, you see. It's a lovely idea, Sarah, to be free to move and breathe, to have a small chest and still be beautiful. If it is beautiful in Paris, then it must be beautiful elsewhere, even if people don't see it that way. The fashions of Paris are emulated all around the world, but it does take time. Marie Antoinette devised a fashion of shepherdesses, didn't she? It was not quite so, mademoiselle. As I have heard, the queen grew tired of the stiff brocade and jewels of cottons and wished for something more light and simple. She designed gowns of soft-thin muslin, with much gathering and ruffle, gowns that could be both beautiful and comfortable. That design in its own way may have led to many of the dresses young ladies such as yourself wear now, Paris before all. I thought the queen wasn't very popular in France anymore. There are many who hate the royalty of the past and all that it represents, and others who still hope that the Sun King will come again. Perhaps the crown will be restored one day. I do not know. It is not for my aunt to decide. As for Marie Antoinette, some mock her memory, but I have always had my own sympathy. I believe I was named in her honor. Oh, how charming. The conversation turned from Marie Antoinette to the Celtic origins of Jessie's own name. Sarah's mind wandered into recollections of a book she had read recently. It was not entirely unrelated, for it had been a book about the French Revolution. Specifically the prisoners of the Bastille. Men who had spent so many years in dungeons when they were dragged out by their rescuers, their long grey hair and beards covered their faces. After so many years trapped underground, they had forgotten that the outside world existed at all, and to them, walking into freedom was not so much waking from a dream as entering into one. To doubt the sun, to forget that there was such thing as stars, those poor souls. And yet, over time, they must have learned to believe in their new world. England was very strange to me after living in India, but now it seems as real, or even more so, than my memories. Sarah? Oh, please excuse me, my thoughts began to run away on their own. A pity that they can't carry us with them. Right, okay, so grace, belief, and vigour. Alright, let's see. Okay, let's do one of those. Tea party. Okay, let's try that. Oh my god, stop with the patience! It mocks me! Surprise Wednesday stream. No. Oh no, that was terrible. That was terrible. Miss? Ooh. Sarah was startled when Becky caught her arm in the hallway one day. The scullery maid was usually too timid to be so insistent. If Sarah did not call out to her, Becky would more often pass by unnoticed. What is it, Becky? Oh, miss, I heard. It's your birthday soon, miss? Yeah, it's next week. That's what I thought I heard, miss, but I weren't sure. When is your birthday, Becky? I don't know, miss, never had one. But you must have a birthday, everyone does. You were born. I don't rightly remember that part, miss. But if you don't know when you were born, how old are you? Not so sure of that either, miss. The workhouse reckons I was past 14 and old enough for service. Thanks for stopping by. She doesn't look over 14. Mariette said she thought Becky was older than she appeared. Becky never had a birthday. Well then, if you have no birthday of your own, you should share in mine. Miss? Miss Minky asked if there was anything I wanted for my party. I want my papa to be there, but she can't fix that for me. But she can let you come to my party, and I'm sure she will if I ask her to. Oh, miss, are you sure? Of course I'm sure every little girl deserves birthday parties. You're older, or maybe you're not, but you're still a little girl. Becky made a small noise, like a laugh, half swallowed and tucked away. Oh, I've got to scarper now, miss, but I hope you're right. Right, okay. Becky! Right. Perfect. Week 23. So we've got to be near the end of this act. When Sarah went into her sitting room in the afternoon, she found on the table a small dumpy package tied up in a piece of brown paper. A birthday present! And I think I know whom it came from. She unwrapped the paper quite tenderly. Inside there was a square pincushion made out of not quite clean red flannel. Black pins had been stuck carefully in the surface to form the words, "Many happy returns." The sight and the thought of the pains Becky must have taken to put it all together gave Sarah a warm feeling in her heart. I like it so much that it makes me feel sorrowful. But the next moment she was mystified. On the underside of the pincushion was secured a card bearing in neat letters the name Miss Maria Minkian. Sarah turned the card over in her hands in case some message were written on the underside. There was nothing. Miss Minkian, how can it be? Just at that moment, she heard the door being cautiously pushed open. Becky peeped around the card and then grinned, shuffled forward, pulling at her fingers. Do you like it, Miss Sarah? Do you? I like it, you darling. You made all this yourself. Becky gave an hysterical but joyful sniff, and her eyes looked quite moist with delight. Can't do fancy stitching like Mariette, and it ain't nothing but flannel, and the flannel ain't new. But I wanted to get you something, so I worked on it at nights. I knew you could pretend it was satin with diamond pens, and I tried to when I was making it. Oh yes, a blue satin cushion and pink diamonds, the rarest and most precious of all. Something Becky made with her own hands, and in her spare time, when she has so little, is already more precious than diamonds. But why does it have Miss Minkian's card on it? It went wrong. I mean, to pick it out a dustbin, was that? Miss Minkian have thrown it away. I hadn't got a card on me own, and I knew it wouldn't be a proper present if I didn't pin a card on it, so I pinned Miss Minkian's. Sarah flew at her and hugged her. She could not have told herself or anyone else why there was a lump in her throat. Oh, Becky, I love you. I do. Oh, miss, thank you, miss, kindly, but you ain't good enough for that. The flannel weren't new. Sarah left into Becky's neck, a queer little laugh that sounded almost as much like tears as it did joy. You are far too sweet. She pulled back, looking into Becky's dear face. I wish I were the fairy godmother who could bring you a magical dress and turn you into the princess you deserve to be. Me? Of course, you're the kind and ill-treated heroine who works hard every day without any thanks. In a proper story, you ought to turn out to be the lost daughter of a king. Don't think my mum's ever seen a king, miss. It doesn't have to be that way. Fairy tale baby might be sent down the river on a tiny boat to safety, or discovered curled up inside a walnut shell. I don't think I'd fit inside a walnut shell either. Sarah giggled. Well, however you were born and wherever you came from, I'm very glad that you're here now with me. Way! Becky's events. Mademoiselle, you must hold still so I can see the new dress on you correctly. Wow. Sorry, Mariette. I heard a horse's hooves and the sound of wheels, and then they slowed, and I thought perhaps it was a carriage to come to call. A carriage with my papa. Mademoiselle, hanging your head will not make your papa come any faster. Nor will it help me adjust your dress for the party. Is it wrong to keep hoping, Mariette? I know he never sent word that he could come, but he never sent a letter to say that he absolutely couldn't either. I do not think I can answer that, mademoiselle. Hope is something very personal. Then I think I will. I will be sad if my birthday comes and my papa is not here, but if I give up hope, then I will be sad now. It would be easier to be a little sad than while I'm having a nice party with my friends, than to be sad now. I'm sorry, I didn't make it more difficult for you to finish my dress. Sarah raised her head and spread out her arms like a little doll. If Papa is to see this, then it must be lovely, and if my Papa will not be there, then it should be just as nice to keep up our spirits. Isn't that right, Emma? Mariette laughed to herself, but would not say why. Any idea? Just trying to see how many weeks there are, but no idea, so... Simply be good again. Okay, let's just try that. Oh, no, with impatience! I hate you, Iron Jesus. It was at last... Okay, we'll end with the party. It was at last the day of Sarah's birthday party. There had been no further word from her papa, but at this moment, Sarah was too carried away with anticipation to feel disappointment. Oh, Miss Minkian, may I not go into the classroom yet? Everyone is already there waiting. Not until the preparations are complete, my dear. This is not an ordinary occasion. I do not desire that it should be treated as one. And so she was required to wait in the hall, breathless and fidgeting, until Cook emerged from the classroom. Everything's ready, Mum? Very well, take my hand, Sarah, and let us enter. Sarah entered the holly-hung schoolroom as the head of a sort of procession. First there was Miss Minkian in a grand silk dress, and Sarah herself guided by her hand. A manservant followed, carrying the box containing the last doll. Cook carried a second box, and Becky brought up the rear, carrying a third box, wearing a clean apron and a new cap. All the students in their seats stared at this little parade, the older girls touching each other's elbows and nodding, and the youngest squirming with excitement. Faced with so many eyes, Sarah felt herself unaccountably shy, not since her first introduction at Miss Minkian's Select Seminary had she been quite so much the centre of attention. Silence, young ladies! The room itself was not quite transformed, but certainly made far more festive. The desks had been pushed away, and the long-form benches covered over with red cloth. The large table had been set in pride of place, its surface scattered with flower petals. It was here that Miss Minkian directed her entourage. James, place that box upon the table and remove the lid. Emma, put yours on the chair. Becky had quite forgotten herself in her excitement and was exchanging grins with Lottie when that disapproving voice nearly startled her into dropping her box. Yes, ma'am? She bobbed a little shaky curtsy of apology, but with the box still in her arms, the positioning was quite awkward. Both tittered at once and then looked at each other in startlement for falling so easily into their lost rapport. It's not your place to look at the young ladies. You forget yourself. Put your box down. Yes, ma'am. You may leave us. She waved her hand and the servants began to walk away. If you please, Miss Minkian, mayn't Becky stay? Becky? I want her because I know she will like to see the presents. She's a little girl too, you know. Miss Minkian was scandalised. She glanced from one figure to the other. My dear Sarah, Becky is the scullery maid. Scullery maids are not little girls. Becky is, and I know she would enjoy herself. Please let her stay, because it is my birthday. Miss Minkian took a slow breath and replied with much dignity. As you ask it as a birthday favour, she may stay. Rebecca thanked Miss Sarah for her great kindness. Becky had been backing into a corner, twisting the hem of her apron in delighted suspense. She came forward, bobbing curtsies, but out of Miss Minkian's sight, she pressed a friendly wink to Sarah. Oh, if you please, miss, I'm that grateful, miss. I did want to see the doll, miss, that I did. Thank you, miss, and thank you, miss. Thank you, ma'am, for the liberty. Go and stand there, not too near the young ladies. Becky went to her place grinning. She didn't even mind when Miss Minkian cleared her throat and ominously and spoke again. Now, young ladies, I have a few words to say to you. Ah, she's going to make a speech. I wish it were over. You are aware, young ladies, that today is dear Sarah's birthday. Dear Sarah. Sarah's birthdays are rather different from the little girl's birthdays. When she is older, she will be heiress to a large fortune, which it will be her duty to spend in a meritorious manner. The diamond mines. When her dear Papa Captain Crew brought her here from India and gave her into my care, he said to me, in a jesting way, I am afraid she'll be very rich, Miss Minkian. My reply was, her education at my seminary, Captain Crew, shall be such as will adorn the largest fortune. I wish she would stop. Saying these things makes me feel hot all over, and everyone is staring. Sarah has become my most accomplished pupil. Her French and her dancing are a credit to the seminary. Her manners, which have caused you to call her Princess Sarah, are perfect. Her amiability she exhibits by giving you this afternoon's party. I hope you appreciate her generosity. I wish you to express your appreciation of it all by saying all aloud, "Thank you, Sarah." The entire schoolroom rose to its feet and chorused Miss Minkin's words. Lottie even jumped up and down. Sarah looked rather shy for a moment, then made a rather nice curtsy. "Thank you for coming to my party." "Very pretty indeed, Sarah. This is what a real princess does when the populace applauds her." "Lavinia, the sound you made was extremely like a snort. If you're jealous of your fellow pupil, I beg you will express your feelings in some more ladylike manner. Now I will leave you to enjoy yourselves." The instant she had swept out the room, the web-like aura that held the girls down dissipated, and they rushed from their seats in a babble of excitement. It was the boxes that drew the most attention. Sarah's bent over one. "There are books, I know." "Does your papa send you books for a birthday present?" "Why, he's as bad as mine." "I like them." "Books are exciting. I want to see the doll." For everyone present, through whispered rumours, had come to know that a quite magnificent doll was due to appear. Even so, when Sarah finally produced the last doll from her box, a number of the girls were struck speechless. It did not seem possible that she could be a doll. She looked only a bit smaller than the youngest students, as if a beautiful child had lain asleep in that box. "She's dressed for the theatre. Look, her cloak is lined with ermine. Oh, she has an opera glass in her hand, a blue and gold one." Sarah drew out the doll's trunk and the little golden key which unlocked it. Inside were tray after tray of delightful things. There were lace collars and silk stockings and handkerchiefs. There was a jewel case containing a necklace and a tiara, which looked quite as if they were made of real diamonds. Sarah picked up a black velvet hat to perch on the last doll's curls. Suppose she understands human talk and feels proud of being admired. You are always supposing things. Her air was very superior, and yet the words were less vicious than Lavinia's outbursts in the past weeks had been. Perhaps the aura of celebration had brought even Lavinia some happiness. There is nothing so nice as supposing. It's almost like being a fairy. If you suppose anything hard enough, it seems as if it were real. At that moment, the door opened. "Ladies," Cook drew herself up as if attempting to speak in Miss Minkin's dry tones, but the effect did not quite become her. "Miss Minkin has a meeting, so she said you should all have your refreshments now." "Refreshments!" Becky, who had seen the preparations ahead of time, could not help blurting out. "Tell 'em what you got." Cook shook a heavy hand in Becky's direction, and the scullery girl closed her mouth and ducked away. "Ah, special treat from overseas, all the way from America. Some kind of beans in spiced tomato sauce, and they put it in cans." Beans! Beans? We're talking about that. Oh, it was in Kara's stream. Yeah, but anyway. In her office, Miss Minkin was meeting with a familiar visitor. "Good day, Mr. Barrow. Have you come to see the goods? I can assure you the doll is just as expected." £100, all expensive material and made at Parisian modistes. He spent money lavishly enough, that young man. Captain Crewe is a man of fortune. The diamond mines alone. Diamond mines. There are no such things, never were. Miss Minkin stood up from her chair in confusion. What? What do you mean? At any rate, it would much better if there never were any. Any diamond mines? I don't understand. Diamond mines spell ruin oftener than they spell wealth. When a man is in the hands of a very dear friend and is not a businessman himself, he had better steer clear of the dear friend's diamond mines, or gold mines, or any other kind of mines dear friends want his money to put into. The late Captain Crewe. Who? The late Captain Crewe? You don't come here to tell me that Captain Crewe is... He's dead, man. He died of jungle fever and business troubles combined. The jungle fever might not have killed him if he'd not been driven mad by the business troubles. And the troubles might not have put an end to him if the fever had not assisted. Captain Crewe is dead. Miss Minkin dropped into her chair again. What were his business troubles? Diamond mines and dear friends and ruin. Ruin? That young man had too much money and spent too freely. The dear friend was mad on the subject of the diamond mine. He put all his money into it. And the dear friend ran away. Captain Crewe was already stricken with fever when the news came. The shock was too much for him. He died delirious, raving about his little girl, and left her not a penny. He left nothing? Do you mean to tell me that that child is a beggar? That she has left on my hand a little pauper instead of an heiress? She has certainly left a beggar, and she's certainly left in your hands, ma'am, as she hadn't a relation in the world that we know of. She is sitting in my room at this very moment, dressed in silk gauze and lace petticoat, giving a party at my expense. She's certainly giving it at your expense if she's giving it. I was always so sure of his payments that I went to all sorts of ridiculous expense for the child. Her maid, her carriage. I paid the bills for that ridiculous doll and that ridiculously fantastic wardrobe. I sent you the receipts. Barrow and Skipworth are not responsible for anything. There was never a cleaner sweep made of a man's fortune. Captain Crewe died without paying our last bill, and it was a big one. Now Miss Minkin understood, and never had she received such a blow in her life. She felt like she had been outraged and robbed, and that Captain Crewe and Sarah and Mr. Barrow were all equally to blame. Her show pupil, her prize patron, her income had all been snatched away. I mean, a child's father has just died. You know, you could be kinder. Instead, she was burdened with an extravagantly brought-up child, one who had cost her a great deal and might continue to cost her even more. But what am I to do? What am I to do? There isn't anything to do. Captain Crewe is dead. The child is left a pauper. Nobody is responsible for her but you. I am not responsible for her, and I refuse to be made responsible. If you think she is to be foisted off on me, you are greatly mistaken. I have been robbed and cheated, and I will turn her into the street. Mr. Barrow turned and moved towards the door, showing no concern. I wouldn't do that, ma'am. It wouldn't look well. Reflects poorly on the establishment. Pupil bundle up, penniless and without friends. Other parents might object. You and I are people of business, ma'am. We can be sensible about these matters. Better to keep her and make use of her. She's a clever child, I believe. You can get a good deal out of her as she grows older. I will get a good deal out of her before she grows older. I'm sure you will, ma'am. I am sure you will. He gave a little sinister smile and departed. For moments, Maria Minkin was incapable of doing anything but standing and staring at the closed door. During the past months, the story of the diamond mines suggested all sorts of possibilities to her. Even proprietors of seminaries might make fortunes in stocks with the aid of owners of mines. And now, instead of looking forward to gains, she was left to look back upon losses. Such money as she had herself advanced was lost and could not be regained. Instead of a pupil, she had only had a friendless, beggared little girl. Princess Sarah, indeed. That child has been pampered as if she were queen. She did not realize at first that she had spoken aloud, and then scowled at her own lack of control. What was lost could not be recovered, but she would see to it that she lost nothing more. You wanted to see me, Miss Pinky? The older woman ignored Sarah's presence completely, turning her gaze to the young Frenchwoman who served as Sarah's maid. Mariette, has the girl a black frock in her sumptuous wardrobe? A black frock, madame? She has frocks of every other colour. Has she a black one? Mariette's face stiffened as the awful suspicion grew. Yes, but it is too short for her. She has only the black velvet and she has outgrown it. Miss Minkin, what has happened? You do not speak until you are spoken to. Bring the black dress out at once, whether it is too short or not. She is done with finery. Yes, madame. Sarah did not speak. She could not. Her entire body was frozen in place. Her eyes seemed to get bigger and bigger, and she went quite pale. Captain Crewe is dead. He has died without a penny. The spoilt, pampered, fanciful child has left a pauper on my hands. You, Sarah, take off that preposterous gauze and change into the black dress and meet me in my office. And you, Mariette, you were employed on the authority of Captain Crewe, and your wages were his responsibility, not mine. As he has left you with nothing, there is nothing left for you. Your employment is hereby terminated. Remove yourself from this establishment at once. Mariette walked heavily down the stairs. Oh dear, Leaky. Just going to drop a quick save. Mariette walked heavily down the stairs. A bevy of frightened, confused faces looked up at her. The students of the party, which had been so suddenly called to a halt. Oh, Mariette, what's happened? De mon chemin. What? I don't understand. Sarah's papa is dead. She has nothing. I have nothing. What? Nothing? It is all over. I am leaving. The girls who remained were too shocked to prevent Mariette's angry exit. Sarah, Mama! I can't believe it. There must be a mistake. I will speak to Miss Minkin at once. Lavinia. Get out of my way, you clod. Lavinia shoved the avant-garde aside. Ermengarde could not find the will to resist her. It was all too terrible and too certainly true. What happened now? Will Miss Minkin make her leave too? Becky's legs would no longer hold her. She fell into a heap on the floor, her kerchief sliding loose, and sobbed as if her heart would break. It's exactly like the ones in the stories, them poor princess ones that was drove into the world. When Sarah Crewe came into Miss Minkin's office an hour later, her face was white and her eyes had dark rings around them. She did not look in the least like the rose-coloured butterfly child who had flown from one treasure to another in the decorated schoolroom. Without Mariette's aid, she had put on the cast-aside black velvet frock. It was too short and tight, making her legs look drawn out and spindle-thin where they showed beneath the skirt. She clutched Emily tightly in one hand, the doll's face covered by a scrap of discarded black lace for a mourning veil. Put that doll down. What do you mean by bringing it here? It should have been left in the room among the other things that are no longer yours. She is all I have. My papa gave her to me before I came to the school. I will not put her down. You will have no time for dolls in the future. Everything will be different now. Do you quite understand matters? Yes, my papa is dead. He left me no money. I am quite poor. You are a beggar. It appears you have no relations and no home and no one to take care of you. What are you staring at? Are you so stupid that you cannot understand? I tell you that you are quite alone in this world unless I choose to keep you here out of charity. I understand. That ridiculous French doll and all her nonsensical extravagant things. I actually paid the bill for her. The last doll. The last doll indeed, and she is mine, not yours. Everything you own is mine. Please take it away from me then. I do not want it. Don't put on airs with me. You are not a princess any longer. You will only keep your oldest and plainest clothes, the rest to be sold. You are like Becky. You must work for your living. What can I do? You can do anything you are told. If you make yourself useful, I might let you stay here. You will run errands and help in the kitchen as well as in the schoolroom. If you don't please me, you will be sent away. Remember that. I won't forget. Come with me. Miss Minkin led Sarah along the hallway, past her own beautiful, comfortable room, stopping at a narrow staircase leading upwards. Your rooms will be given to another boarder. You are to sleep in the attic next to Becky. Sarah stood still, just a moment, looking at her. Without a word, she turned to the stairs. Stop. Don't you intend to thank me? What for? My kindness to you, my kindness in giving you a home. Sarah made 2 or 3 steps towards her. Her thin little chest heaved up and down. You are not kind, and it is not home. Before Miss Minkin could stop her, she turned and ran up the narrow stairs. When she reached the attic door and opened it, her heart gave a dreary little thump. It was another world. The room had a slanting roof. It was whitewashed, but the whitewash was dingy and had fallen off in places. There was a rusty grate, an old iron bedstead, and a hard bed covered with a faded coverlet. Some pieces of furniture too worn to be used downstairs were stored here, out of sight. Under the dull illumination from the skylight in the roof, there stood an old battered red footstool. Sarah went to it and sat down. She seldom cried. She did not cry now. She lay Emily across her knees and stared at her impassive doll face. I wish she could talk. If she could speak. But Emily did not make a sound, and neither did Sarah. Sarah sat in silence for some time until there came a low tap on the door, and such a low, humble one that she did not even hear it. Her attention was not roused until the door was pushed timidly aside and a poor tear-smeared face peeped around it. Oh, miss. Hello. Would you allow me to just come in? Sarah lifted her head and looked at her. She tried to begin a smile, and somehow she could not. Faced with the loving mournfulness of Becky's streaming eyes, her own at last began to water. "Oh, Becky." She held out her hand, and Becky ran to her, clasping it tightly. "I told you, didn't I, that we were just the same, just two little girls? You see how true it is. There's no difference between us now. I'm not a princess anymore." Becky knelt beside her, hugging Sarah's hand to her chest. "Yes, miss, yeah? Whatever happens to you, whatsoever, you'll still be a princess all the same. Ain't nothing could make you nothing different." Okay, I think we're just going to save it there. My eyes are getting tired, and it's way past when I would usually stream. So we are going to stop at the story time there. I kind of want to continue with this, whether I'll do it next week or on Thursday. I might be slightly late starting on Thursday, I'll let you know, as I've got a picnic thing with work folks. But I will post in the Discord if there are any changes. For now, I will just bid you all good night with the last remaining bit of my voice before it starts croaking. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching today, keeping me company, and hopefully me not luring you to sleep too much. I'll be back on Thursday about the same time. Please tune in to Scruff tomorrow if you're not already following. This is going to be doing an art stream, and I will be hosting it, so it should be good. For now, I've been Jo, otherwise known as Angel SK. Thanks so much for watching, I really appreciate it. Have a great rest of your day, and I bid you